Greetings and blessings. I am your I'm your humble host and post person, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Love you too, Miss Chloe. And so, having issues with cameras and YouTube still yet. So, oh, I'm a minute early, ain't I? So I'm trying to be lit, but this isn't so much about how well you can see me. You know, I'm hiding in the bushes, but anyway, there is a lot of news in the news here recently, and it's been danged interesting to say the least. Let's see, is this doing me any good back here? Hiding in the bushes. Hey, Scotty boy. Richard, how are you? So, is it look black? It looks black and white here. Am I in black and white? That's what it looks like from here. But anyway, so I'm here to share a bowl and to share a thought or two. Yes, sir. A few DS video. Oh, really? There was a video about 10 days ago with him talking about his dog Youpie, and it was 4 or 5 in the morning or something. And there was just this 2 or 3 minute him outside with the dog. And so I saw that and went, well, that's code. I'm still here. I'm still doing. Um, you are talking about Dante, right? Oh man, don't do that to me. Let's see if I can. Wait, no, it won't do it that way. Hang on. How do I do this? Open in a new window. Equality, what's up? How you doing? So, that must be you right there, Pathfinder. Is that you, Pathfinder? Let me subscribe because that was the link that you sent me. Let me come back over here. Pathfinder. Okay, I just subscribed. I'm the third or fourth person to subscribe if that's you. So how about that one? Oh, God, this thing it won't let me. It's got one camera on and the other camera off. My birthday today. This is Travis, by the way. Hey, Travis. Well, and happy birthday. Invisibility glasses are working great. Travis. Yes, happy birthday. How many years young are you? Or are you allowed to say? I know it's none of my dang business, but the older I get, I'm like, so how old are you anyway? Because everybody's younger than me, right? So, anyway, so, I've been trying to get this 42. Wow. I'm almost twice your age. Holy crap. Holy crap, I'm almost twice your age. Wow, that's. Ooh. No, but seriously, happy birthday. Everybody needs a pat on the back. Everybody needs a pat on the back for reaching another birthday because the simple fact that you made it to another birthday, it's like, oh, what did you achieve anything? Yes, I'm another year older, you know. But anyway, so the title of this particular video is like, will the real truth be our demise? Now, as you all probably know, it's been a week since the inauguration, and I got to talk about it because that's where the truth comes in. Because there are so many things that are being told that many of us thought or understood to be the truth back when it was told, right? So now there are these, these grundles that are like, what? You mean that was really true? You mean they lied to me? Yeah. You mean they lied to me about that? Yeah. Well, some bitch, they lied to me about that over there too, right? Yeah, they did. And and the really big truths have not come out. I mean, they're letting loose with the JFK files and all that kind of stuff. Holy crap, I've been waiting on this since the 60s, right? Because I knew with the Warren report that they had lied to us from the start. But here's the interesting thing. It's going to be interesting to read this report to see if they are really telling the truth. If the report says, nah, Oswald did it, I'm going to be like, you're full of shit. you know, there's too much evidence against it. No, 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 no. Don't. Oh, but the truth is, and are they going to try to convince us of a truth that really ain't the truth? You know what I mean? Well, we released the files, and the files all said this. Now, I would have a tendency to believe that. Here's all the files. We went down to the basement and found this, and here's all the files. And here it is. And we're digitizing this stuff, just so you know. Um, is why you're acting like you don't know who I am today? So we have two things I would say to worry about at this point in time. And you say, well, Dave, what do you mean by that? So are is the truth really gonna be the truth? Okay. Or is it gonna be the truth as to what they finally put in their report? Now I mean that with humbleness and all kinds of stuff, right? I mean that. Well, what do you mean, Dave? Well, what I mean is that The powers that be might have went in there 10 years ago and said, you see that, all that stuff in that JFK file? Yeah. Burn that, shred that, burn that. And okay, what do we got left? Oh, well, that looks pretty good. Okay, that's the JFK file from now on. There is nothing else to report because we destroyed everything but what we in the future thought that the public needed to see. We're not going to tell you the whole truth. This is the truth that we're going to release. Is it the truth? Well, yes, that's right, Chloe. It will be someone's truth, right? It will be the truth they decide to let us have. Now, it might be all that's in the file folder, okay? But somebody went through the file folder and said, nah, this, nah, nope, whoa, nope, nope. Lee was the only guy, and there was no other conspiracies. And yeah, the Warren Commission was correct. And okay, that looks good. So, what they have saved for us to look at is still what they want us to see. You follow me? Not what the actual truth is, but what they think we ought to see as the truth. It's going to be their truth through a tea strainer, you know? It's 12:55 here. Oh, and by the way, Chloe, I took my meds. So now that's that thing, right? So, but now here's the other part of that truth. So, what if the truth is everything that's in that file folder, right? So you say, well, Dave, that's all there is. And I'm going to stand there and look at you and go, bullshit. The Warren report was like this big, right? It was huge, right? This commission was like this big, files, you know. And this report, files. Are you trying to tell me that you're going to hand me a single file folder and that, hey, Johan, that this is it? This is all you got? Well, yeah, that's the truth right there. Well, wait a minute. So, if somebody like me that's been a conspiracy theorist since they shot Kennedy, right? And I saw Lee Harvey Oswald get, basically murdered on live television that Sunday. And so, yeah, it still bothers me after all these years. So, so are they going to say, well, but here's the file? That's the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yeah. So help me God. This is all we got. This is the truth right here. So are we going to believe them that say that what they have is all they got? Are we going to believe that that is the truth? 100%. They ain't no more hiding anywhere in the corners. Nobody's got a file hidden under the desk. Well, maybe. And then there is the telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. But what if that truth doesn't want to be believed by those folks who have been lied to and cheated on and gaslit for so long, right? That they say that's impossible. That can't be the truth. I listened to MSNBC and they told me that was a lie. And you go, but yeah, but NBC, them folks lied to you. I just don't believe it. That mainstream media would not lie to me. Well, yeah, they would. You know, Tom Brokaw would not lie to me. Well, Tom Brokaw ain't on the TV. You know, and this person would not lie to me. Yeah, well, you know, Morning Joe. Yeah, they lied to you, right? No, Morning Joe lied. But you know, Majika Brabinski. She what? Oh yeah, they lied to me. Yeah, well, you know, yeah, they lied. And but no, I don't believe that they spoke the truth because they were in the public's eye all every morning. They spoke the truth. So now you bring the truth to the table and say, well, wait a minute. It says here that everything that Joe and Mika discussed on their program and everything they said about Donald Trump is all a lie. And that some of it they actually prefabricated and made up to tell the ladies at the View and other places. They lied. That in this report it says that they lied, and that, my friends, is the real truth. I don't believe it. I don't believe in every word of that. I don't believe none of it. I believe Whoopi Goldberg. I believe Goldberg is telling the truth. She be swing, and that Sunny Houston person, Lord have mercy. She's got so much, you can just tell she's telling you the truth, right? You can tell that she's an honest woman. She would never repeat a lie. She would never make up a lie about the president's wife, you know. She would never stretch the truth about something, you know, just to get ratings and to piss people off. She would never do that on an ABC owned by Disney kind of, but they tell the truth, don't they? They have always told the truth, right? That Sunny hosting person, she's always told the right. Whoopi Goldberg, she's always, you know, been right up there. She's and that Joy Behar, you know, she, you know, she has got her finger on the pulse of current events. She knows what it's like. She's been there, done that. She know, right, right. Them people, you know. Then how come they're being sued? Couldn't sue them. Couldn't sue them beforehand, but dang sure did it right after. Now, Melania had her own thing, having nothing to do with the president. And when I heard Sonny Hostin's talking before they had her come out on stage, well, you can tell she really doesn't like her husband. You can tell she wants to get away. You can tell these other things. And I was like, man, well, who are you and what is this stuff? Melania has come out many times, several times, and said that she loves her Donald, you know, through and through. Recent interview, she was asked, "Why do you love him?" And she said, "He's funny, he's kind, he's you know." And it's like, well, we don't see that guy when they go to bed at night or whatever. But you know, why did she marry him? There was something that attracted her to him, you know. But the fact that wait a minute, so here's Sunny Houston's live on TV. She's telling the audience, and everybody's giggling and laughing about how Melania is really wants to get away from the Donald. that really she doesn't like the guy, that really she doesn't want to be first lady again. And so she's telling all this stuff, and I'm sitting there thinking, now this is before the lawsuit. I was thinking to myself, you better shut the fudge up. Those words right there are fighting words. And guess what? Melania's coming out fighting. She said, no, I'm going to fight this to the end. Why? Because I don't want people in the future to think badly of me. You know, if Sonny Hostin says, oh, yeah, you know, Melania doesn't really like her husband. She's not really in love and she doesn't really want to be first lady again and all. So here's Sonny Hostin telling bold-faced lies, one right after the other, about at the time was soon to be the first lady again. And just telling it lie. I mean, not even, well, there's been rumors. No, she just says you can tell she don't like him. You know, what? Like matter of factly, that Sunny Hostins knows how she feels about Melania, about how she feels about her husband. And so, should they get sued? Oh, you betcha. They need to get sued right down to the bottom. Take them off the air, make them all them ladies come back, invite Melania back, and have them ladies sit and get on the floor on their knees and bow to her for forgiveness. Oh, Melania, the great queen, we ask the, and I don't mean this as I'm. They need to bow down to her because she is the queen, and they need to bow down because they need to show their humble selves. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so in this truth be truth, so here is Melania suing. And then there are the people who are going, oh, no, Whoopi never said anything bad about her. Oh, no, Sonny Hoskin was right to say anything she wanted to. It's free for all out there in the public and on talk shows. And we can say anything we want to say because, we're who we are. And uh-oh, Elon is like, no, I'm going to sue him because that bitch, you know, that bitch right there told lies. They said I was doing this. They said the reason that I wanted to work with the government was to actually, wait a minute. They're saying that I'm a communist. They're saying I'm Hitler. They're saying it was a salute to Hitler the other day. They're saying, what? These folks need to shut up because that guy that created the Hitler sign the following morning on the networks that got it all started, he needs to be fired, and he needs to um, make a formal apology face to face with Elon, in my humble opinion, because these guys, it's one thing to stretch the truth a little bit, and go, well, they said he was flying high. Does that mean he was in a helicopter or was he a little tipsy? I mean, that's just a bad example, but, you know, they kept lying about Peach has this. Um, and I'm glad he got, okayed. But so the truth about matters. So the rest of this week is going to be about Tulsi Gabbard and about RFK Jr. And so John Price, hi John, how you doing? Says I just got a new subscriber. How are you, my friend? Sorry the camera's acting up. There is more light in here than what it shows on the thing. But so But we got to look at some of these things with a little bit of common sense. And some of these folks are not looking at this stuff with any kind of common sense, right? So it's like, well, what about this over here? And oh, we're going to do this over there. And when Cash Patel is sworn in for the FBI, and hey, Susie Q, um, hi John, and everybody say hi to John. He just subscribed. Everybody say hi to John. There you go. It's just, I think it's more she plays the role of falling into place. She allows him to have the forefront because things are about him. She stays step back in her place. Also shows that she allows. One could say that because she's from the Crimea, that she has learned, she knows her place with her man. And I want to say this: Melania is her own woman. Melania is classy in the fact that she knows her place, which is true. Anyone with a little common sense would know that you don't stand out in front of your husband, the president. And it's not a sign of weakness that you stand just behind him, that half step, but that she went with him to North Carolina. She went with him, sitting with him at the desk beside him, um, in California, and he gave her equal space, if you will. Like, here's my wife, So it's not like he was there and she stood back in the corner and he didn't acknowledge her. No, he made sure that everybody was aware that here's Melania, you know. So, and she's always embarrassed when he does it. You could look at her face and she smiles through, but there's that little bit of where she kind of looks down. She's always embarrassed when he introduces her. Just keep an eye on that, by the way. But so anyway, in this understanding, there are those women who would say, "Oh well, he must beat her or something because she's always behind him and she does it and she just plays the good wife." And listen, playing the good wife is the right thing to do, and people see it. He's standing here in front of the podium, but trust me, folks are watching Melania. They know where she is. And where is she? She's beside her husband, the president. All these other arguments about me, that's just mamby-pamby stuff, in my humble opinion. You know what I mean? Oh, she's got a great poker face. And you notice she wore that black hat just down, she could just barely see out in front of her. I was like, and it was classy. But then later on in the day, when she came out, to the balls and the dances and the stuff, she was all, but she was absolutely lovely. Her face wasn't covered, and I mean, and it was so she had to play that face covered, gonna keep an eye on. She was probably scouting out people in the audience as who was going to try to do what. But anyway, signs in her clothes. But also, Richard, I would say this: there is trained well, and then there is she's learned well. She's very well learned. Now, I say this because there were things that I learned in my lifetime that I was never trained at. Okay. So, but I think it because she's so smart and she's so um, empathic, is what she picks up stuff. You can tell how she absorbs things with people and when she talks to them. And so, and, and you can tell by the articulation in her voice when she explains things on her own, you know. But she's not stupid by any stretch of the imagination. So I would like to say that she has been watching rich people perform. She was a model, she was always around, and you know, and she has observed other people and she has taken that in and she has made that Slovenian. I heard her say something that she was from the Crimea, like just the other day. But Slovenian, it's in the same area though, but to the point, yes. But so anyway, she speaks like six different languages, right? I can barely say um, say you know I I could hardly do English. But so anyway, not to say she didn't have a teacher, okay, but you know, in listening to how she kind of grew up and influenced, and I'm like, that woman has just she's been watching folks like I myself have done. Nobody taught me how to do this, but it's because I watch people. I am observant, have always been. Well, no, I haven't always been. In my younger years, I wasn't too observant, um, but anyway, so but I think because of what she had to do to kind of survive, she learned how to become who she is. Now I'm sure she had teachers along the way. Don't get me wrong, but anyway, I think Melania is smarter than that. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. You know, she is her own made woman. You know, I used to love. Yeah, bring it, sister. What? She ain't worried about worrying now. She ain't. One of the ladies on the one of the newscast things is she was like, you know, I love it how Melania stands up for herself and she don't let none of these people try to take her down. Then I was like, that's good. You know, the other women standing up for her, you know, wonder if Orthodox Christian. I thought they said she was Catholic. And if you're in the that area over there, Romania, Romania is really big Catholic. Poland, you know, all that area over there is big Catholic. But you know, but to the point, Richard, yeah, Orthodox Christian. Yep, I used to arm wrestle all the guys. I used to arm wrestle all the women, all the little children, all God's children of the world. Oh well, I'm warming up. Oh boy, howdy! And I can't believe that the in. Oh, did any of you see any of the parts of the news conference thing in the White House today? That new young lady has got her stuff together. She has got her stuff together. When trying to put a 50-pound bag on top. It's 1:19. Time to start early. So I think one of the things that's going to be interesting for the future. Now I pulled these cards tonight on Robert's channel, and it was like, wait a minute, there's dog upside down, there's dolphin upside down, there's bat upside down, there's badger right side up, and I'm looking at and reading through the cards, and I'm going, badger's about aggressiveness, and which there's nothing wrong with being aggressive and things, especially if the reason that Badger Carter showed up upside down is that you are really not being aggressive at all. You're sitting on your butt and you're not doing something. So, the card shows up upside down to tell you to get up off your duff, right? So get up off your duff and be more aggressive, especially with healing and being healthy and stuff. And then, the next card up is that, which is like rebirth. And so that you've got to learn how to get rid of old things in your life, and to not walk backwards into things, you know and not go into the future dragging the past behind you. No, 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 no. Deal with the past and leave it and go on to the future, right? So, and then the next card is dog and loyalty, where, the loyalty of things is that, you know, you have forgotten how to be loyal to yourself. You have forgotten how to, and it's like, wait a minute. And then the next card up is dolphin and mana. And it's that we have forgotten how to breathe. And it's like all of these cards is like, well, the gods have spoken, the spirits have ordained, the message for the day. But the thing is, it was a really good message. We need to take a deep breath. We need to go into the future with a clear head. But we can still have things from the past and last year bother us. But basically, we need to move on and look at the future, as clean and bright, and there's nothing in it. There's nothing in our future. I've got a couple of doctor's appointments, but there ain't nothing showing up the future of this year. I just got to hang out and get better, go to the doctor, take my pills, and if it snows again down here, to hunker down. But there's nothing blinding my future except that which I want to bring from the past to drag forward. Oh man, I don't see nothing in the future. What do I do? Let me bring up some shit from the past. Wait a minute, that does not sound like a good idea, does it? I don't have anything for February. What am I going to do? I don't know. Let's think of something bad that happened to us in November And let's replay that, relive it, so it gives us something to do. Bananas. Phooey. No. We got to be like Badger and be aggressive and take our medicine and get rid of that kind of stuff. It is not good for our health. Simple. Simple answers. Simple, how do you want to look at it? Oh my God, it's a special medicine. Um, Special medicine from the universe. Well, it was 5 cards, or was it 6? But it was a special message from the universe. You know, be aggressive this year. Not overwhelming, but be aggressive. Make sure we stay healthy. You know, be loyal to you and your friends. The dolphin card, right, is about breathing. It's about manna, not bananas, by the way. Manna, manna from heaven. The manna is that which is in every breath that we take. Every breath that we breathe in has enough energy and stuff in it from the universe. And I'm probably breathing in stink from when I took a dump 2 weeks ago. It's probably still lingering in the air. But I'm breathing in dinosaur dung, the dust from millions of years when the wind blows and there's dust in the air. I'm probably breathing something like, I'm probably breathing Mars dust, if you want to know the truth, or dinosaur poo, or. But so anyway, the fact that what we breathe in is energy. And if we can understand it as energy, then we and our bodies can use that energy. I have used it before. I was freezing to death the last few days, this last week. Holy crap, it was cold. I know it gets colder in other places, but I was unprepared for this, but made it through. But it was cold, and me and Duggar snuggled down together and added another blanket to the bed. But in this grand scheme of things, though, what I mean by that is that oh man, I don't know, it's so cold. Yeah, but I've been through the cold before. Yeah, but I don't know what. Yeah, we do know what to do. It means don't do very much. Keep your motions to a minimum. Throw another blanket on the bed, and you and Duggar hunker down till it warms up. Simple plan. You know what I mean? Simple plan. And we made it. But trying to deal in the snow with no snowshoes or decent boots or anything, I was like, I am not playing in this. And if you'd have seen Duggar, he got his nose to the edge of the snow and went, it was like back under the covers, like, no. I was like, where did he go? He was back in the bed. So they play pinochle. Oh, y'all, the worms come in, the worms go out. The words play bacon up, pinochle on your stump. Is that what you're all are referring to? Yeah, I made it. It's okay. But I mean, during that time, I was like, holy Jesus, I am too old for this shit. I ran out of good wood. It burned up quick. The extra wood that I had behind it didn't last very long at all. And so I got my little electric heater that I sat in front of, and then me and Duggar, doubled up on the covers. But yeah, did I go out and run around in the yard? No. No, I did the first day after when it snowed. I went out and took a couple of pictures and walked out in the yard. And, but basically, I stayed in to stay warm. It was just too flippin' cold. And I did not have anything outside that I absolutely had to do, you know? So screw this, I'm staying in, right? And so we did, we survived. But so anyway, in the future of things, there are times, and I felt like, that I was being snuggled under a couple of blankets is sort of like being hibernated in a cave. All right. So using that, I'm like, I was sort of like the badger in that I have been in a hole. I've been in a burrow. Me and Duggar both. And he takes up more room than I do, by the way. But we have managed. Um, but there are times when sometimes we just have to burrow down. Sometimes, we need to burrow down under the covers, and sometimes we need to just hibernate there. Period. Well, what did you do? I hibernated. Well, didn't you go out and what did you do? There wasn't nothing to do. There was snow on the ground, couldn't mow it. There was snow on the ground. I couldn't find the wood pile. Um, there was snow on the ground and it was 32 degrees outside, and my back hurt so bad I couldn't bend over or stand up. So, so what'd you do? I hunkered down. But didn't you do anything? You're not listening. What did you do? I hunkered down, dumbass. What do you mean? I hunkered down. Well, what would you? You didn't go out in the snow. You didn't do this. You didn't go driving around and go slip sliding on the ice. No. So what did you do, Dave? I hunkered down. I slept. Yeah, there was a lot of that too. But see, but to the point though, that was what was needed at the time last week. This time last week, it was snowing hard. We had about an inch and a half of snow, actually 2 inches of snow by this time last week. So, um, but so somebody said the other day, I can't who it was, but they said, sometimes the best thing to do is just sit still. And I was like, you got it. Because had been talking philosophy with this person over the years, and I was trying to explain that you can rush around and just you don't have anything to do at the moment. Okay, well, is it because you're lazy and you refuse to go work on your hobby, or you're too lazy to go for a walk and lose a couple of pounds, or is it that you have to stay still and that you have to be quiet, so to speak? And so it's like sometimes the best thing to do is just to be still. And you go, well, wait a minute. It sometimes is best not to worry about what you're going to do, because at the particular moment, there's nothing to be done. You can wave your arms all around. Oh, I wish there was something I could do. And at that moment, there is nothing to be done. Nothing to be done, right? But if you wait a few hours, you've had some sleep or some other people have something, whatever the issue may be, and then all of a sudden time has passed, and then things come up and are seen, and you have thought, and you go, now I know what to do. Now I know what comes next. But at the time you were jumping up and down and waving your arms and legs and hands, there are there is nothing you can do at that moment. So just go sit down. I know you're antsy but sometimes the best answer is to just be still. And sometimes you have to force yourself. And this person was explaining to me that they were kind of antsy and that they were having to force themselves to be still, but that after like an hour or so, they realized that there was nothing they could really do until the morning, for example. There was nothing they could do that afternoon because it had snowed, all the roads was cleared, they couldn't get from point A to point B. So but there's nothing you can do. Sit down. Don't go try to get out in the snow and drive 70 miles in 6 inches of snow, which for us down here is like 6 feet of snow. But so, there are times when the best thing is to just sit still and wait it out. Sometimes it's a snowstorm. Sometimes it's a deluge with rain, which we have a whole lot more of that down here than snow. But to the point, sometimes the best answer is nothing. And you go, that can't be true, Hawkeye. That can't be true. But it is true. And it's too true. It is that, yeah, it's too true in many instances where you got to, identify what's going on in your life. And you go, I, I, no, I can't get up the driveway. I don't have snow tires. And there's all that. No, I'm not going to try to get on the road, let alone try to get up the driveway. No, I get my truck stuck up there. Well, I've had my truck stuck before. That's not fun. No, the truck's in the yard. I went out and started it. She's good. Everything's gravy. I'm coming back in the house, you know. So I didn't have to be someplace. And that's the key. Oh, but I wanted to go to town. For what? I just wanted to go to town. Could it wait? Well, yeah, but I just wanted to go to town. Well, didn't you go to town on Monday? Well, yeah, but this is Tuesday, and now that it's snowing, I just wanted to go to town. Why? Well, I don't know. Do you have a reason to go to town? No, just wanted to. So you got your, cockles in a burr, and the universe is telling you sometimes you need to just sit still and take a deep breath, right? That's what the dolphin card was showing me earlier this evening. To breathe. People are being so busy right now. There's so many changes that are happening left and right. Whether they are actually happening to people, they're watching it on the news. They're watching it live stream. Oh, did you see the Trump signed another executive order? What was it this time? Somebody such and such, somebody such and such. So people aren't moving physically in their chair, so to speak, but their brains are moving. Like a nuclear aircraft carrier the to the South China Sea. That's a bad example, right? But to the point, it's hauling ass, is what I mean. So, and you're looking around and going, wow, all this stuff is happening. So it was brought to my attention earlier this evening that especially when I pulled the card, I was like, people don't, things are moving so fast and their brain is so full of new stuff, okay? And they have to get rid of some old stuff too. But also, they have to wait a minute, are the things that people are telling me, is it the real truth? I did not forget the theme of this video. Are they, is that the real truth? Is Joe Rogan telling me the real truth? Is Sean Ryan and the folks that, are they telling me the truth, telling us the truth? Am I sitting here, as best of my knowledge, I'm trying to tell you the truth, but is what I'm telling you, as much as I am trying to relay the truth, is is the information that I have vetted? Well, as much as to my knowledge, and as much as I believe, as much as I have read and studied, and, so I try to convey the truth, but, always look for yourself. But, here's a point of view. But to the point, though, as far as I know, I'm telling the truth. I insist on telling the truth. I know that. That's without a doubt. But is the information that I have, is it the real truth? I don't know if it's the whole truth, that's for certain, but is it the real truth? Well, as far as I know, So what about this person over here? Are they telling us the truth? Well, as far as we know. Now, there are those of us who have been following, and I use the term back channels, but they're not. Some of the channels are back channels, but some of this is just, I have listened. There was an article in a newspaper 15 years ago, and there was an article in the Scientific and American, and there was an article or somebody, or there was a radio program 25 years ago, and there was a sub. But there are things that those of us that are older have heard. I remember I saw something. Maybe I drove through a town somebody's discussing. I've been to the northwestern North Carolina. What a shame that what's happened up there, and all up and down. But my house was consumed and burnt to the ground by a fire. So I absolutely know what it feels like to have lost everything due to a fire, to have stand outside the home and realize there's nothing you can do but stay out of the way and don't get hit by flying embers, and don't let the roof cave in on you. And we had a big propane tank, and it didn't explode, but it blew the top off straight into the air for 30 feet. So I know about that. So what is it? Well, we learn not to repeat our mistakes. Hopefully, what's in our future? Our future is what we've learned from the past. Don't go play in traffic. you know, um, don't play with a metal boomerang, or any boomerang, around high tension, high wire. you know, um, don't put a radio in the bathtub with you. Don't stick your hand in the fire because it burns, right? So we have learned things. We supposedly use our brains. We have learned things not to do, which has given us wisdom. So there are those of us who picked up a little wisdom along the way. Some of us remember some stuff from the old days, and we were like, no, it wasn't like that. People trying to portray it like being like this. No. But I was there. Okay. So, but I was there and it wasn't like that. Well, yes, it was. Well, how do you know? Because there was an article in Life magazine back in 1968, and it said that's what it was like. No, mofo, it was not like that, but the news said so. So who are you going to believe? What they might have told you was the truth? What they saw as the truth, they wrote down, or what somebody told them. And then there are the people who were there, saw it, witnessed it, smelled the popcorn in the air, if you will, and is like, well, wait a minute, that's not how it was. Yeah, but that's how the news reported it. But that's not how it was. But that's how the news reported it. And so, therefore, it's the truth. Really? Then there's what people saw and witnessed. And then there is the explanation of, so, so Mr. No, where is the tangible proof that this happened the way you said it? Well, Your Honor, I was there. I saw the baseball game. He hit a home run out in the left field. But, Mr. No, do you have any tangible proof that it was left field and that it cleared the fence? But, Your Honor, I mean, it was a home run. They gave him, one run for him and then other run because two other people ran around. It was almost one of them slam jam thingies. But, Mr. No. Yes, sir, Your Honor. Do you have any tangible proof? What? Like a citrus fruit? You need a tangerine to have tangible proof. Mr. Noel, are you trying to be funny? No, Your Honor, I wouldn't know how to be. So, Mr. Noel, where is your tangible proof that you witnessed a home run over the left hand side of the field, over the fence, mind you? How can you prove it? But I saw it with my own two eyes, Your Honor. You did? And my cousin over there, he saw it too, Your Honor. We both saw it with our own two eyeballs. We saw that ball just sail over. It would look so pretty. It just hit that ball. You could hear it go crack, and it was sailed up over it. Everybody was a clapping and cheering. It just sailed up over it, and man, that ball you could hear the wind behind it. It was like it was shot out of a cannon. It was going so, and it was up over the high thing, and the outfielders were running and looking, and then finally the one guy just stopped because he knew it was too late. And that ball just sailed right on over the fence and right on out into the parking lot. And it bounced on the parking lot and struck a car, and you could hear it go ring, 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 set off the car alarm. Your Honor. Mr. No, that's a wonderful story. But again, I would ask the court, Do you have tangible proof that it happened the way you said? So here's the thing that my little story is trying to explain. Tangible proof, tangible proof. Do you have a piece of paper? You got a picture, you got a photograph, you know, but all you got is, well, Your Honor, I could draw a picture of it. And that would be like tangible, you know. What did but So but there's gonna be times with the truth being told, okay? This does all act together, okay? The tangible proof. So they're going to tell us, they're going to say this is how something happened, or in a report, sweet dreams. There's going to be tangible proof of something, right? So is there a report? Is this from the Office of Naval Affairs, and this report is from Vice Admiral such and such, and this is the tangible proof that you have that on this date, this admiral saw this, made a report, and this is what's in the file. Okay. Well, you say, well, that's not a picture, but you've got an admiral who made a report and it was filed and has been filed for the last 25 years. So now that's your tangible proof. That is something to put your fingers on to tie it to a date, a time, an incident, or a something, right? But if somebody said, well, what did you see? Well, I saw it. Well, where's your tangible proof? Well, here's my ticket that proves I was sitting up in the stands, and this is my seat number, so I can prove that from my angle, I could hear the crack of the bat, and I could actually see what I described as the ball seemed to float up over the pitcher's mound, and how it sailed out towards the fence, so I can give that credibility to where I was sitting, and the fact that I was there, and the fact that I was there at that game and not at some other time. So then that we have, um, that's the best you can come up with in a situation like that. Sort of like, hey, I'm an admiral. I saw it with my own two eyes. We were out in the Pacific, and this is what happened. Here's my report. Now, is there a video? No. But you've got a description by an admiral that's supposed to be that proof that you need, right? Well, now in this day and time, there are people who are trying to tell a story. I noticed that today there was some of the, I have not watched it yet. There are folks talking about the JFK files. Everybody knows by now, unless you've been living under the bed, that the mob hated JFK. They hated RFK too, because they were both after the Gambino family and this family and that family, and they were all after and there was they had the failed Bay of Pigs because they was trying to work deals out with Castro. There was some shady deals where some folks in the government wanted to X out, Castro, much like they did JFK. And so there's all these different things that were going on, the you know, but the mob hated JFK, you know, and there were certain folks within our own government that hated him. And so, you know, why do you think? I've always thought this was funny. But why do you think the vice president at the time, LBJ, who's big honker in Texas, right, took Governor Connolly and put him in the same car as JFK because Connolly and LBJ didn't quite get along sometimes. So Connolly and LBJ had an argument before the motorcade started. And he was like, "Nah, I ain't getting up there. No, you're the vice president. You should sit up there in that car with him." And LBJ was like, "No, he's the president. You're the governor. Y'all should sit in the same car together." Well, then, Governor Connolly got shot, sitting in that middle seat. So, but anyway, that was ironic. But LBJ knew what was going to happen. That's why certain things happen. That's why they changed the motorcade at the very end. It was supposed to go a different direction. They changed it. There are all these other things. So, what if we read the report and the report does not reflect the actual facts as we've been able to analyze them for the last 60 years? Literally analyze them. Well, the car was here, and the thing was here, and this was here, and this person, government, the Secret Service man was back here at the time, and this guy was over here, and there were two people standing over there, and you know, we know where everything was at the time, right? So, does the report reflect that, or does it try to make up stuff? Or completely eliminate some things. Like there was a person that was standing on the curb on the other side of the street and apparently had got hit by a piece of concrete shrapnel or something. And they went to the doctor or whatever it was. So, and everybody knew that there was a person who had gotten struck by some kind of something, right? Come to find out, it might have been a bullet fragment. But to the point, though, all those people ended up dead really soon after that event. So people couldn't go back and ask them questions because they were dead. So is any of that in the report? Does any of that have anything to do with what went on that day? Are any of these facts that are like, are they in the report? Um, is what's in the report make sense? You know what I mean? So, and that's just the JFK report. So there was a bunch of people there, with RFK going into the kitchen that night when they were doing the thing. I think it was in Los Angeles, right? So, but anyway, when he got shot. So, but there are a lot of conflicting stories, and he was over here and there and stuff. So, you know, um, and RFK Jr. has said he's already talked to the guy who killed his pop. So, but so who was in charge of that one? So, did the CIA and the FBI did they do due diligence to find out who was really behind the killing? It wasn't just this guy that was pissed off with him. No, he went in there to assassinate him. So it's like because they set up this whole elaborate thing with, Sirhan, and blah 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 blah. So, but anyway, if the truth comes out of a file folder, are we going to believe that this really is the truth? Now, I got to say this, man. I could go on and on and on with that thing, with that part of the subject, right? I want to say that I'm going to at least give that truth, whatever they present to us, the benefit of the doubt until otherwise, proven wrong. because there are things that, there are just some things that I have known over the years. You're just not going to try to bullshit me on. There's no way. But here's the thing, what you might tell me, and I might go, no, no way, I ain't going to believe it. That's bullshit. No, Dave, honest to God, it's the truth. Nah, bullshit. Honest to God, Dave, this is what? No, bullshit. Now, I might have my reasons to, even after this time of, transparency, not want to believe certain narratives. My brain might go, I just, no. And then my brain's going to go, but let's give it a minute. What I just talked about, sometimes you just have to let time go by. Sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. So, and the reason for not doing anything is you got to let time go by so you can cogitate something. So, like in tonight's story, it was Glooskap, and the children went to him and asked, and so Glooskap, he went and he found his pipe and he smoked it and he smoked it and he really smoked it because Glooskap was very fond of and he really liked to smoke his pipe. So, but when he finished smoking his pipe, he arrived at a solution. So at the time, well, what are you going to do, boss? I'm going to sit down and think about this. But, boss, what are you going to do? Just calm down. But, boss, what about we got this thing in it? Maybe the best thing to do is sit down with your pipe and pray over it and ask the universe to give you an answer. And then when you feel it and you go, aha, that's it. The truth, hey, Katniss, happy Chinese New Year to you too. The truth will set you free in that, aha, that's the answer. Holy crap. Oh, wow, I see it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, man, that's the answer. And you know it to be true. So what is the answer? I don't know. We're, the Hatfields and McCoys, they're going to get married together. What are they going to do? How are they going to keep them from killing each other? Take away their guns. Is that going to stop from killing each other? No. Then we take away their knives. And then what else we're going to do? Well, then we're going to tie each family member into their own chair on separate sides of the room. Well, what else are you going to do? And then we're going to blindfold them, you know, put a bag over their heads. And, so what are you going to do that for? So that the only thing they can do is hear what's going to happen. So, but anyway, but sometimes to find a solution, you need to shut up and listen to the universe. And all answers are out there, right? So, in this time of the truth, so they're going to give us the truth, and like I said, I want to believe that these folks who want to out the truth actually really do want the truth to come out. Hey, Dead Ann, what's up? And that they actually do want to be transparent with the information that they have. Now, the information that they have not might not be the whole truth. That's sort of my point. So what are we going to believe? We're going to believe any of it? We're just going to go, pish posh. It's all bad. You know, the truth of the matter is just a paradox. Doesn't matter what they tell us. It's all over in ancient history anyway. And in that instance, I would say what matters at this time about what they present to us, for me, having watched, the RFK thing, having been through the JFK thing, was close to some of these other things. And it's like, so have acquired information and knowledge over my 72 years. And there are some things that reside in here somewhere, and that it is my belief, right? So I will, listen to your side of the story, and I will get my pipe and I will sit down and I will smoke it long and hard. And I'm going to cogitate the new information and my acquired information that has given me some sort of wisdom in this matter. Shirley Temple, Niles in the house. I don't tell lies to masquerade as the truth. But you see, that's how you perceive the truth, as the truth. So, but anyway, sorry about that. I hate when my nose drips. But so the different things the different truths that are supposed to come out, and I think that will, I think that as people get into into their respective cabinet positions and posts, and they start going through some of these filing cabinets themselves, I think there's going to be some interesting things that show up. I hope so. But now, not counting me, but what about the folks who just absolutely don't believe in none of the stuff that I believe in? Nothing. I mean, that everything I have said or that I believe in is just, a hawk of horse shit, right? There is no truth into anything that I have spoken about. Okay. That's where your head's at. Okie dokie, right? So, but then this person says, but wait a minute. You mean this thing about that, um, Dave? You told me this a couple of years ago, and now they're doing things. There's a commercial out there with the ladies trying to tell people, don't keep the cell phone close to your head because it will give you brain cancer. Now, how many of you remember me being on a tirade long time ago? Don't keep the phone up to your head. Don't wear it in don't keep it on the thing. Don't go to sleep with it on the bed beside the nightstand, right? Right. And so now they have commercials warning people. Now, how many years ago did I discuss this? I said, these cell phones are actually radios. They communicate back and forth. And so in this commercial, the lady is saying, do you know that cell phones are actually like radios? And I was like, holy shit. That it sounded like their commercial was like this condensed version of what I had complained about years ago. And then I just said, the hell with it. I put the information out to the universe. It was my job to discuss it, to warn people. And if anybody watched any of the older videos, my spoken word was still there, the for the universe to hear. So, but now that there are commercials, in between the things on YouTube, and about that, I was like, whoa, next time I'm going to stop and listen. But when I listened to it, I was like, that's everything that I warned people about years ago. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, okay? Maybe just a little. But that wait a minute. So after all this time of things being quiet about that you can get brain cancer by holding the phone up to your head, or maybe you should use wait till they get to the earbuds, and that the Bluetooth devices that people are using are radios stuck right in their ear. You know, it's not like in the old days. Yes, you have to have a cord, but only the speaker is in your ear, not the whole radio. Okay? No, but it's Bluetooth. How do you think the two of them communicate? That's why you need to have a science class. Well, it's Bluetooth. Yes. How do you think it communicates? I don't know. Radio waves? Ding, 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 ding. Yes, your Bluetooth device is a radio transmitter. Yes, it only goes one way. You can't speak into it. Well, some of them you can. The wireless headset things or microphone, you can listen and you can talk. So Bluetooth is just nothing more than the speaker. Just it's you just get the speaker. You don't get a microphone. Okay. So, but anyway, still radio. Only people running around with Bluetooth in their ear. They're putting this radio device right up against their skull, right inside their ear canal. What's wrong with that? Boob tooth. I love it, John. Thank you. But anyway, but for you long termers, how many years ago back I've been talking about this. I mean, since I started this YouTube, I was given warnings about what I read in my walkie talkies instructions that I got. And how some cell phones are more powerful than walkie talkies. Or, yeah, that's right. And the dangers of radio waves. And back in the day, when, they were talking about, the um, wireless phones in your house and people talking on them all the time. And, but anyway, but it's taken at least 10 years since I started talking about it for people to start talking about it again and to make commercials. So I guess what I'm trying to say in this is that for me, sometimes I've had the answer to something for a while. There are those of you that might remember when I talked to you about rapeseed oil and about how canola oil was not really from a canola seed, that it was a mixture of stuff, and that they had, about 20 years ago, they'd, you know, passed this law and they'd done this thing, and the FDA made some changes, And then all of a sudden, rapeseed oil and all the, cottonseed oil is now, when back in 25 years ago, you know, um, cottonseed oil was not allowed for human consumption. And now it's part of canola oil. And now it's so, and now there's all this stuff about, I even talked about how I have only used olive oil and peanut oil for years, you know, and that's my go to oil. And why? And now you watch these commercials. Oh, take a swig of olive oil before you go to bed. Well, I don't know about going that far, but to the point though. Now it's all about these oils will hurt you. No, only certain oils will hurt you, and that's where you need to do your homework. Canola oil isn't bad for you. It's the what they're allowing to be treated as canola oil. Rapeseed should never be considered, canola because it's rapeseed. Uh, and cottonseed oil should never be used for human consumption, period. So if they're mixing all these things together and calling it canola oil, that's wrong. But if you get oil from the canola plant thingy and the seed, you're good to go. Just like sunflower, oil. Good to go. What's wrong with sunflower oil is that it burns easily. In other words, if you turn up the heat on sunflower oil, it will burn quickly and then make your food taste that way. So you have to keep it on medium high. Don't ever turn a skillet on high if you're using sunflower oil. But you need to learn how to cook. You need to learn how to use the different oils. But so, now I've talked about that years ago. And that my friend who's died, my friend Serge, who worked in this, and how we knew and how we read a report. I talked about all of it, 10, 15 years ago. And now it's just coming out that, these other oils ain't good for you. I recently heard a report about, and I've talked about this one too, about, like I quit drinking out of plastic bottles, right? And since I did that, because I had read about how the nanoparticulates from the plastics was getting in our bodies and it was lodging in our in our joints and in certain places. And I quit drinking out of plastic bottles and my arthritis went away. Now that was my own proof that I discussed with you. Now they're starting to talk about plastics collecting in certain places in our body. So it's like way ahead of the curve, you know? But I'm as to the universe, I say, thank you, Jesus. Somebody else is talking about it, that maybe they'll listen to these people because they damn sure didn't listen to me, But here's the thing: somebody said, "Well, but Dave, YouTube struck several of my videos, right? Took them down, put me in YouTube jail, right? And then put me in YouTube jail because I, pissed and moaned about them putting me in YouTube jail. So they put me in a longer YouTube jail recently, right? So it's like, but wait a minute now. Hang on, Dave. I found out that for whatever it is, I am being shadow banned. They're not allowing my video to be seen anywhere. You got to know that it's here. It's not showing up out there, which is interesting. Okie doke. Um, but is YouTube going to apologize for taking my channel down? Is YouTube going to apologize for the fact that they claimed that I had given out misinformation when there's been all kinds of stuff here recently about that masks didn't work the way they claimed, and that this didn't work, and that and blah, and this, and those are the things that I talked about it. Now, those channels haven't come down on YouTube, but mine did. So, but is YouTube going to back up and go, well, maybe we was a little, biased about it? Or are they going to still continue to claim that I was giving out misinformation, bad medical information, right? What? So that's where we are right now. So the fact that I told the truth then, people are going, well, wait a minute. Didn't you say that, if you wore a particular kind of mask, that it didn't really do anything because of the dust and the size? And yep, I did. I was talking about it working inside as a machinist in a plant. And I was discussing, um, grinding dust. And that's what I was discussing, right? But I'm going to leave it there. So, just in case, it's still listening and wants to knock this video down, right? But to the point, though, how many people, oh, we're almost on a 20. How many people have tried to tell the truth and were kept from it? How many times did I try to just tell really very basic, simple truth and had my, channel taken down and had the videos deleted? So when I tried to tell a truth that is out there now, it's out there now. So nobody believed me then. Now they're talking about masks and COVID and all this stuff, right? Um, and they're talking about the shots, and they're talking about people who have died from the shots. They're talking about people, they have videos and stories of a young boy, about 6 or 7, that went in and got the vaccination, and 30 minutes later he had autism or all, Alzheimer's, or anyway. And so it's like, and the amount of people that have gotten sick, the amount of people who have had heart issues, the amount of people who have died, and all of this is being open and out there to the public. But, 3 months ago, we couldn't discuss any of this. And, of course, for the last 4 years, we have not been able to discuss it. So, but to people who have listened to the lie for the last 4 years, are they going to believe, like me, I've been telling the truth this whole fucking time? I haven't lied to anybody. But is any of my relatives going to go, well, Dave, you were right about that? So far, no. They go, well, hey, Brother Steve, if I say, I've known people who got sick after they had theirs, I wouldn't take it because I've had allergic reactions to flu shots for years. I've talked about this. It's in my medical records. You can look it up. So, but does that mean that I'm lying? No. Does that mean that I said no? You're not going to give me that? Yes. And is it because of the vaccination itself? No, because I haven't been able to take a flu shot for 10 years. Any kind of flu shot. Whatever's in the flu shots makes me sick. So this shot, that shot, doesn't matter. I ain't taking it, right? So, but now am I speaking bad about the COVID vaccine? You might speak bad about people who, take it, won't take it, forced to. No, it means that I can't take it. Okay, that's what it means. But somebody else is going to go, yeah, but he's trying to say he's against the vaccines. Well, now that's another story. I am against the vaccines because they didn't test it. And that's the reason I'm against it. You didn't test it first. And you said it was going to do all these things, and it didn't. So you lied about that. But there are people out there who believe the lie. So that now that there are people who are telling the truth, oh, guess what? It's coming out there. It really came from the Wuhan lab in China. Guess who went there? Gain of function. Anthony Fauci. And then Trump takes away his security guards and says, hire your own, Tony. You made enough money, is what he said. He's made enough money. Let him let him buy his own. He said, I've got a couple of numbers I can give him. Buy your own security guards. He actually, by his mandates and things, actually put people to death during the COVID thing. Anthony Fauci should, I don't know, he should be put in stocks, the thing that you put your head in hands like this. Yeah. They need to put him in some stocks and they need to take him around the United States with platform. Maybe he's on mounted to a flatbed truck, and he pulls into a town and honks the horn and, hey, that Fauci guy is here, and there's tomatoes and oranges and different kinds of fruits and vegetables that you can throw at this some bitch, right? Um, and water balloons filled with acid, and just anyway, um, or at least antifreeze. Antifreeze kind of burns, so you could cover him with antifreeze, and let him wiggle out of that one. But anyway, that's cruel. But to the point, though, how many people died on his watch is in the millions, right? And he is to blame. Nobody else. He's to blame. He was the guy, right? So, but there are a lot of folks who are starting to listen, and they're going, "You mean he told? You mean you mean he lied?" Yep. It seems that, guess what? The virus did come from a lab in the Wuhan district of China, which is what Donald Trump said, that it probably likely came from a lab in China. And everybody said, no, he's lying. He's making up a story. He's trying to put this on China. Ding, 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 ding. It came out of a lab in Wuhan, China. There's the real truth. So who's listening to the real truth? What's truly being told? What really is the truth? So there are folks going, nah, he made that shit up. No, listen, Willie, he didn't make it up. He was telling the truth. And Willie says, I don't believe that shit. Now listen here, Marcus. He made it all up, didn't he? No. Willie, he was telling the truth, I'm telling you. He was telling the truth. Now who you gonna believe? You gonna believe me, or you gonna believe Margaret? Oh, hush up, Margaret. Be quiet, Margaret. And there's my frog, Margaret. So the idea, like today at the press briefing, that lovely lady said, "You know, ladies and gentlemen, things are going to change around here. We are going to start allowing different forms of media to apply to be a part of this national reporter room here to ask questions of the president and of the White House." Hey, Kevin, how you doing? And so, fair to Midland, by the way. So, and she's like, Brett Bart and this person and that, and now you all can go on our new website and you can apply for clearance to be a reporter, not just mainstream media, but any media. Now that's what you have. You have to prove that you are, like for me, I guess I don't know if I could apply because I've been doing a live stream, over how many years now? So, and because I try to present some news and things, could I apply? But to the point, it's like it's open. You can apply to get a press pass to the White House to ask questions during a press briefing. What? Oh, Johan, you would do that. I'm doing fair to middling. Cleavers is lymphatic cleansing. Something I missed it. Have a cyst that sits on top of a lymph node in my neck. I hate that when that happens. All my own body butters, hair oils, lip balm, and candles. Yep. Um, Canada, Katniss, let me bring something up. Somebody asked me the other day, and I said, and I have told this to a couple of people over the years, and they go, there's some people that say, man, how nice your hair looks. It's this and that. I'm like, especially when I brush it. And what do you use for your hair? And I'm like, um, I cannot tell a lie. I don't shampoo my hair. Yes, I rinse it out with water, but I do not use shampoo in my hair. I do not use soap in my hair. Okay. And because my hair is already oily and stuff, and the hair fibers and everything clings on to that little bit of uh, soap, any kind of soap, if my hair is really nasty, I will wash my hair with conditioner. And I learned that shampooing my hair and then using conditioner dried my hair out so bad it was hard to manage, right? And so it's like I'd heard a thing, and I think it was Brooke Shields and somebody else. They said, how does your hair look so nice? And she said, well, when they took those pictures, I hadn't washed my hair for 2 days. And I had natural oils in my own hair that I just combed and my hair was clean, but I had not shampooed my hair in 2 or 3 days. And everybody said, "Oh, look how nice your hair looks." She said, I quit shampooing my hair, not washing it now, mind you, using shampoos on it. Now, I've talked about this before, but a friend of mine 25 years ago was like, Dave, he was, I've talked about Dale before. He's an herbologist. And he was like, Dave, he said, they've got all these loramides and everything. in these shampoos, and they really don't do your scalp any good, and it really doesn't do your hair any good. And I was like, yeah, I was still using, trying to find um, head and shoulders kind of thing because of my dandruff and whatever. And he was like, he said, do you ever use witch hazel? And I said, yeah, all the time, because my granddaddy used witch hazel. Grandpa Fred, he would get done and he would cover his hair with, and rinse his hair out real good and then comb it out real good. And I asked him as a little boy before he died, so why you do that? And he says, son, it's to get the soap out your hair. And so I remembered that all these years later. And I've told several of my friends up to this point, now here's the truth about things. And I said, I do not wash my hair. I use witch hazel, soak my hair real good, rub it in my scalp real good, brush my and comb my hair out real good, and it'll take the oils right on out, but it'll just take what is dirty out of your hair and not scar your hair with, all the caustic soda that you put in your hair with shampoos and soaps. And they were like, no way. So here's the thing, there's a commercial on YouTube in between when you go to these little commercial breaks of this lady talking about how you should not wash your hair with shampoo anymore because of what it does to your scalp and your hair. And I'm like, I'm wondering if people have watched my videos in secret, because she was saying the exact same thing I just was talking to you about just now. Well, when you wash your hair with these shampoos, it's very caustic and it affects your hair. And even though you try to put um, um, you protein and stuff back in, don't wash your hair with these nasty shampoos to begin with. If you're going to wash your hair with something, wash your hair with the protein thing, right? Which everybody says, oh, do it after, as soon as you wash your hair. Well, you clean all the shit out of your hair with this caustic material, and then you use a, whatever your, I can't remember the word right now, whatever your hair conditioner is, and now you're going to put all the stuff back in. Well, so the point of some of these other folks, and my dear friend Dale, who gave me this information long, 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 long time ago, long before the internet, actually. And so he's like, he said, witch hazel is natural. I use it. He said, sometimes, there's mix a little alcohol in with it, and wash with it. And but if you gotta wash your hair, if you got into some grease or something, which if you crawl under a vehicle or something, can happen, right? So and you really gotta wash your hair. He's like, just use plain ivory soap, just plain soap, no perfume, no nothing, just plain soap. And so it's like, you know, so I've pretty much followed that for many years now. And I can tell you that it's about time for me to get out the witch hazel, but it's been too frickin' cold this last week to do anything like that. But uh, yeah, the only reason you use alcohol is to help strip certain types of oils out of your head or to clean your scalp. And it's a minutia type of thing with the alcohol. It's mixed in with the um, Yeah, that stuff I was talking about. But you only mix in a little bit. Witch hazel, that's what I was. So, you might add a capful of, the low grade alcohol in with like a bunch of witch hazel. That's about all you would add. But anyway, yeah, because sometimes if you get into, something really greasy, then you got to use something that's a degreaser. But anything that's going to degrease you is going to take and kill your hair. It's going to take everything out of your hair, including the grease. So you want to be very careful with it, right? So, but anyway, the truth of matters. So, how many people are telling you because they want to sell that shampoo, buddy? So, how many people are telling you, how caustic your shampoo is, or how caustic possibly your hair conditioner is, And it's like, what? So, and how natural this stuff might not be, right? So, but anyway, so, you listen to an herbalist who says you shouldn't be using shampoo. And people go, oh, that's fucked up. Can't do that. Because everybody said you got to have it. You got to look good when you go in, and you got to have this, and it's got to be shampooed and the curl and everything. Oh, wait, but there's been some Hollywood models that say when they have certain shoots that they don't wash their hair for a few days. So the natural oils shine in their hair. And so that's what gives their hair that look that everybody says is so great. And it's like, oh yeah, well that's just, hearsay. Well, okay, well, what about the people that I have worked with for? Well, that's just hearsay. Where is that empirical proof we talked about a little bit earlier this evening? Where is that proof, Mr. No? Well, my hair, is doing really good, after all these years, and I don't use shampoos. I treat my hair like I just talked about. So that's you personally. Well, my friend Dale Betcher, well, but I think he might have passed away. And then there was my other, they died. And then there was yeah, they're both dead too. Well, some bitch. Well, I don't have. Where's your proof, Mister No? Where is it's in the pudding? Yeah, my friend who was 76 ate it in his pudding the other day. Um, you know, but so that well, wait a minute. So I've been telling the truth about this. Now, after all these years, 25 years plus, I've been talking about this, my hair stuff, because it's been at least that long I've been doing it. And so now there are commercials. Now there's a lady who's talking about her hair and how nice it is and how she doesn't use harsh shampoo. Now I haven't watched the whole commercials, but she's like, "Don't wash your hair with Prel, and don't use this, and don't try to," And I was like, "Whoa, what?" So now I'm listening to the truth about shampoos in your hair, and now they're telling the truth about these other things, and I'm like, I must have woke up in an alternate universe because I talked about this stuff, like the oils. I talked about this stuff years ago. Now all of a sudden they're talking about the oils. What? Now all of a sudden they're talking about this. What? I talked about that years ago. What? What? So from me to the universe and to my spirit guides, I say thank you for giving me that information so many years ago, and that I could at least speak it into the universe. Whether they ever listened to me or not, I was a catalyst to speak it into the universe. But I'm here to say, because several of you been with me for a while, you know I've been talking about this for forever, right? To the point of being boring, and y'all going, here he goes again. you know, he's off on another tirade. Let's go to bed, sweetie. But but anyway, so the fact that there are people coming out now, everybody assumes because they're on Tubi and YouTube and places that these people who have made these polished commercials, they assume that these people are telling the truth. Okay. Now I'm going, wait a minute, I talked about that 10 years ago. Oh, wait a minute, I know they're telling the truth, but who's going to believe my nappy ass, right? Yeah, but why should I believe this long haired hippie dude? He ain't got no teeth. He's not, who the hell is this guy? David. Oh, yeah. Um, well, wait a minute. Let's see. John joined us tonight. I have a new subscriber. We have a new friend in the chat room tonight. For you new folks, make sure you say hi to John again. But we like to hang out and talk about stuff, but about the truth of things. So I'm going to wrap this up. It's been over 2 hours. Okay. I love hanging out with y'all. you want you want to visit? If I live another 30 years without cutting it, maybe we'll be at my waist. 30 years. Yeah, castor oil. I find that castor oil is too thick. That's my only problem with castor oil. I find it's too thick for me. But yes, Johan, he didn't stop by. He actually subscribed. He's now one of us. Somebody get out the stamp and put that. Oh, by the way, John, since I don't know if you've been here before, but this also means that you are an honorary member of the League of Like Minded Beings. Okay? The League of Like Minded Beings is very serious. And because you have signed up and you're hanging out with us, you have proven your membership. Okay? Oh, it's Susie Q's fault. Well, all right. We can give her some credit. But it does mean, though, that you are an honorary member of the League of Like Minded Beings. We aren't really a club, we're just the League of Like Minded Beings. We don't have to pay any dues, you know. But anyway, but in this time of telling the truth, I'm I'm looking forward to it. Listening to some of these Fox contributors, Jesse Waters, he had a really good take this evening, and some other folks, and I'm like, you know what? These folks are kind of bewildered now. Somebody like Jesse Waters, he works for Fox, and he's been on the conservative side, so he's a little bit more in touch with some of these other folks. But when you get somebody like him, and I'm just using him as a bad example on my part, not his, but in that he has heard things and has sort of, reported the truth as best he could with things. But some things were, way out there in conspiracy theory land. But now, some of these folks are going, that was considered conspiracy. Wait a minute, some bitch is true. Well, I heard something about that it might be true. And so now, even those mainstream who seem to be at least in tune, if not in touch, with some of this stuff going on with MAGA and things like that, that even they are being surprised by what's coming out. Brian's, watch out for David. Oh, Barry, I took my medicine. You'll be proud to know the before I started this live stream. Um, Later, Barry. I hope you're feeling better. By the way, y'all say a prayer for Barry. He was having a bad case of the wonkers the other day. Yeah, I really did. I've been really good about taking my meds. So that's all really good. So with some of these other truths, you're feeling better, Barry? Lung infection. Take some ivermectin. See you, Okie. Be safe. Stay warm or cool, depending on. But so, what was the other? One of the things, too, of course, is the UFO thing. Now, I seriously doubt that some of this truth is ever going to come out. Now, for those of us like Richard and some of us, about the Dante thing and about the Charistus and about what I've seen personally. So you don't have to convince me that there are UFOs or aliens. I'm so over that I'm to the point of yes, I believe it. Now show me how many there are. What do they look like? Oh, is that the good guys or the bad guys? That's where I'm at now, right? I'm not in the position of, well, I don't know if there really are, aliens. I don't know if some of them look like, you know, reptilians or not. I don't know whether some of these, are tall whites or not. I mean, we'll keep going. There's like 70 different races at least that are coming here and been coming here at least, so I mean, it's not one or two, you know, and if they can fly through space, they can fly through the water and under the water. Okay, just saying. Um, so the folks who are in this, which is ramped up, right? Who are in this? I believe in aliens. Here it comes from now on. I believe in aliens. The song I'm talking about. You know, I believe in miracles. Anyway, uh, from now on, ooh, you sexy thing, you. I believe in aliens. So, but anyway, the Bigfoot, they let you see them or not. Ivermectin. But anyway, um, so in some of the things, like for example, why the Russian thing, right? Why the, why do you think that this and the Ukraine and blah 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 blah? Well, Biden and them are of one being backed by a particular race of aliens, right? And so, which because they're backing the Ukrainian government the way it is, means that they are backing that faction of the aliens. Okay. So Dante has shown over the years that, Putin is one of the four brothers. That, there are some really, really bad aliens, with a home nest in the Ukraine area, right? He has shown with pictures and videos and stuff of them trying to extradite these different alien groups, two in particular, right, from this particular area of Europe, right? And so it was suggested that Trump was actually in line with one of the two bad alien groups, and that actually that the two bad alien groups um, were fighting amongst themselves along with fighting with us. Okay. And I'm trying to think, it'd be like, back in the day, there was the French and Indian Wars. Well, there were British that were fighting the French, and the French were fighting the British, but the Indians were fighting both of them at the same time, and they were working with them both at the same time. So, they were working with the enemy and they were the enemy. So, this is a bad example, but, so here are the two enemies, and they're trying to be against the one. And they've got these other folks and but so anyway, one might say that, and I don't know because I'm keeping an eye out for what's going on. Not that I think there's anything I could do, but that is Trump um, being sponsored by one of those two bad groups. But because the bad group that was just in charge was so bad that even the other bad group said, nah, we can't stand this. So I don't know, but I know that we're now in this frame of mind. We're in this mode of operandi where people have changed. They can feel it. It's palatable, you know, and so that, and people are happy because at least the perception of the truth is coming out. At least up to this point, you know, the meeting at the White House today, all the things that were open, and the way that girl was able to, that woman was able to articulate everything and answer the questions and keep them rowdy reporters, in check and in line. And it's like, oh my God, things are so different on day one, you know? And well, I don't know about Mr. Trump and I don't know what. Listen, there has been a change just in the way they're doing business. The fact that at least right now it's being as transparent as possible. And at least there are people who are seeing this as a truth. This is all related. It's all, is the truth? Are we going to believe it? Is it? So people are going, well, wait a minute, I think they're telling the truth. Tom Homan, he's been saying the truth. And we're going to get the bad guys first, and we're going to get the really, really bad guys first. But then anybody else who's an illegal, adios, they're going home. But wait a minute. But they didn't commit any crime when they got here. Honey, do they have a green card? No. Are they a U.S. citizen? No. How did they get here? Uh, they paid a coyote to get him here. He's an illegal. Yes. Broke the law. Criminal. Bye. They don't understand that. And that's pissing a lot of people off. But listen, I saw something on the local news yesterday, and they were complaining, ooh, in Cairo, Georgia, local, ICE agents, seen on the streets of Cairo, Georgia. Well, yeah, they have been in Cairo and Thomasville and Moultrie. Why? Because there are a lot of Mexicans in this area. I've talked about this over the many, many years, that I've known many people who came across the border illegally. You know, my friend Juan, who came across that one time that the desert was so bad, he got left out there that his sneakers, was welded to the bottom of his feet. They had melted together. And it's like, and we've talked about this, he tried to get a green card and everything was so complicated. So some of this is the United States' fault. The To get a green card these days, legitimately, the United States government has made it so difficult to do that that's why folks don't try and they give up. With my one friend, 5 years in the system, and he and his wife finally gave up. She went back to Mexico and said, you know, I can't do this. And it was because someone stamped her passport wrong, incorrectly. And so, but anyway, they got divorced and this and so the bad immigration laws have ruined a lot of lives in a lot of ways. But now the law is the law. Do you have green card? Are you here on purpose? Do you have now the workers around here, they all have worker cards. You can be here and ICE don't bother you. They come by and talk to the farmer, and all of the Mexicans in the fields wave at them, and everything's groovy. So there are ways to not get deported. Okay, there are ways that are currently in here. But people like this one girl, oh, my father, my mother, she's a citizen and I'm a legal citizen, but my father, he came in from such and such, 40 years ago, and he just never does, got his card and he never became a citizen. And you've been here 40 years and you've never tried to become a citizen. You should be deported. I'm sorry. You've had 40 years to become an American citizen and you've chosen not to. Oh, it's too difficult. It's too this. It's too that. Well, listen, when they come knocking on your door and they go, listen, we understand you've been in our country for the last 40 years, undocumented, without this, and blah, 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 blah. You're out of here, buddy. But what about his family? What about his grandchildren? What about his dumbass not doing something about becoming a citizen or something, right? Oh, but it's the government's fault. No, it ain't. It's this guy's fault for being, he's been here 40 years. Then why didn't he try? Why isn't he a citizen? 40 years is a long time to not get a card. And then you wonder why they want to send you back. Pay attention. So, there are folks who are playing the victim. There are folks who are placing blame. Oh, United States government is so bad. No, I'm sorry. My friend Juan is, I don't know if he's still around, but he is a friend of mine. I was like, Juan, I love you, man. I used to go into the restaurant and help out on the weekends and all. I said, I love you, man, but if I'm not going to turn you in, but I'm not going to get in the way when ICE comes to get you. I'm just going to go, okay. And if they say, do you know this guy? I'm going to go, yeah, I know him, but I didn't know he was illegal, you know. So, in listening to, I, I woke up to the news, I think it was yesterday, and I'm listening to the early morning somebody, right? And so I'm half asleep and it's on and they're talking. And the one reporter says, well, who's going to mow our lawns? And what about they're illegal? And who's going to clean our pools? Rebel, 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 rebel. And what about but they're illegals. And look how many more they rounded up and whatever. Um, but where's our maid service going to come from? Rebel, 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 rebel. Who's going to do the jobs that, that a lot of Americans won't do? Rebel, 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 rebel. And I'm laying there half awake. Who's going to mow the lawns? I'm a Swami now, okay? Who's going to mow the lawns? I'm mystical spirits of the universe. Who's going to mow our lawns? Rebel, 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 rebel. Who's going to be our maid? Rebel, 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 rebel. Who's going to clean our swimming pool? Rebel, 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 rebel. You, dumbass! Get up off the couch and go mow your own lawn. Quit screwing around and clean your own damn house. Quit being such a freaking pig. Pick up after yourself. Who's going to clean your pool? You are, dumbass. Get out there in the evenings and get yourself a cocktail and do your own pool cleaning. Who's going to pick our vegetables? Well, now a lot of these growers and pickers have already got things worked out. Folks down here do. All of their workers all have green cards. We got a big Mexican population down here, okay? But there are a lot of illegals. It even showed up on one of their maps. Where is the highest concentrations of the illegals and blah, blah, blah. And right down here in South Georgia, right around us, is a big spot. They're coming into Bainbridge, into Cairo, into Thomasville. But, for some reason, Cairo's got a big population of illegal immigrants. I've met some of them. I used to go over there and do puppet shows for their children and things back years ago. So, and I don't know where they are, and I wouldn't turn them in. But I'm not going to go, well, if they go, Mr. Dave, hi, how you doing? I'll wave back and acknowledge, but, you know, I'm not going to try to save them. They know they're here illegally. If you know you're doing something illegal, if you know it, obviously, and you get caught at it, duh, you're guilty. How can you plead not guilty to being here illegally? Well, you're only 5,000 miles from the border, unless you swim across the Gulf of America to get back to where you came from. Um, you just walked across the border for the day and you're going back to the house. You're in Michigan. You're almost to Canada. Yeah, well, I had this work visa, to pick oranges in Florida. What are you doing in Michigan in the middle of winter? The oranges are south, you know. You need to go down to Apopka and down there, that they're picking tomatoes this time of year. I just had some very good strawberries that comes out of Plant City this time of year every year. You can go pick strawberries. You can go, um, one of the things. Now, I've worked for farmers, I've picked vegetables, I've plowed fields, and I've worked in cotton and tobacco back in the day. So I do know a little bit about this. Now, there are those farmers, like the guy that I worked with, him and his grandfather, who did their best just to eke out a living every year and make their payments and buy their tractor, which was a used one. But they had to keep up their mortgage payment. They had to, do all these things and still make a little bit of money at the end of the year, right? So, paying high wages for farm help, they can't do it, right? They got to do the best they can. They hired me on the side. They've hired some other folks on, hey, I'll pay you $100 to help me bring in this crop. It might take you 3 days. It might take you one, but you made a deal to help this guy bring in his crop for $100. Okay. So, but so I can understand why the necessity, especially down here with all the row crops kind of things that you need to pick. And the only way to pick it is by hand. It's not like peanuts or cotton or corn. So, with that said, is it important to have migratory labor? And the answer is yeah. But these folks have been coming back year after year after year. They know the area, they know their boss man, they know the farm they've worked on, they know what vegetables are coming in at different times of the year. Like here in February, this is cabbage season around here. Next month there's going to be so much cabbage around, you're going to be able to literally smell the cabbage in the air. So are they going to need help with getting the cabbage in? Yes. Are they going to need help with this? Yes. So do they use, farm help on yes. But these folks do it. They got their cards. They got places for the folks to stay. These folks are, hey, DeRoms, good morning. So these folks are sponsored. They're sponsored by the grower. They're sponsored by the farm. And so, these folks know what they're doing. They plan on it, do it, all this stuff. So, this idea. So these people that are sitting behind the counter, woeing and moaning about who's going to pick my tomatoes. The tomato farmers, if they're any good, have already got that shit worked out. But do they ever try to make a connection? Do they talk with farmers who use migrant help all the time? Whose migrant help is migrant and has cards and has, a legitimacy and has, and is sponsored. You ask some of these folks and they go, no, I work for Mr. Jim. Mr. Jim, yeah, Jim and Joan Farms in Coolidge, Georgia. I work for Jim and Miss Jane, and they go, oh, yeah, okay. And they look at your card and you passed. But other folks, where's your card? Um, um, if you go to the Mexican restaurant and ask them where their card is, they're gonna say, Senor, sit down. I get you a glass of tea. And he goes to get you a glass of tea and never come back. So, but then there are the folks who are proud to be migrant workers. They're proud to be working for Mr. Jim. Some of these guys are making $20 an hour as foremen. They speak both languages and they're really good foremen. They are very good foremen to the rest of the Mexican workers. They get along, they can speak, they know how to get on to each other without, if Mr. Jim tried to get onto his workers the way Jose does it, it ain't gonna work. But Jose can get out there and go, hey, you lazy Mexicans, get your dumbasses up. If Mr. Jim goes out there and says, hey, you lousy Mexicans, get your dumbasses, they ain't going to go for that shit. That don't work. But Jose can get away with it, right? So, and that, guess what? That's the truth of the matter, right? So there are all these truthful things. So, truthfully speaking, people are worried that the migrants leaving and maybe being picked up, who's going to do the laundry? Who's going to clean the pool? Who's going to do the landscaping? You could do that shit yourself. Just say, just saying. You could do that shit yourself. Oh, it's almost a 20. So, and the other thing is that say Americans have gotten lazy because they've gotten cheap labor to do the laundry, and they got cheap labor to do the landscaping. And I have friends of mine who did landscaping 8, 10 years ago, right? Bought all the equipment, got a big trailer, got lawn stuff, got all kinds of tools, had a whole crew of people. They used to come down here a couple of years ago and mow my lawn for free just because he was in the neighborhood, right? And so, my good friend Rob, he's got all the tools. And I've said, I asked him last year, and well, we haven't really gotten into this year. I said, are you doing lawn work this year? And he goes, well, I really can't afford it. And I'm like, wait a minute. You were doing lawn work, 10 years ago. He goes, I know, I've been doing lawn work for a long time. That's how I started doing lawn work. And I picked up this and I got some equipment and, and I just developed it. And every year people call me and And yeah, I got a nice lawn service. And I said, so what's the deal? And he goes, Mexicans. What? He goes, yeah. And he said, I can't compete with the Mexicans. He said, they come by with a pickup truck and 8 guys on the back. Senor, we do your lawn. Okay. And they get in there and bzzz, and they do it for half the price. And they all jump back on the back of the pickup truck and off they go. He said, I can't afford to get my equipment out of the trailer for what it costs me per hour. And then the Mexicans are already done. He said they got a couple of weed eaters and a couple of mowers. He said they're finished. And he said, and they can do it cheaper than I can. And he said, I haven't gone up on my price in 3 or 4 years. And he said, but these Mexican groups and these landscapers, they come in and can still do it cheaper than I can. And even though I'm still working, at the same price I did 3 years ago, and he said, and they're whooping my ass. He said, I can't compete. Now I know myself, as I was doing construction work, carpentry work, and I got, moved out of the market because of the Mexicans. This one guy could hire 2 to 3 Mexicans for what he was paying me. Guess how much I was making? $10 an hour, which was, under the cover, $10 an hour. But, he could pay these Mexicans $5 an hour or $3.50 an hour. And they were like, okay, doke. And because they all work together, because $3.50 an hour to these guys who were making like $3.50 a day in Mexico, they're like, oh, si, senor, I work for this. And not knowing, not understanding the economics of here. So there's 2 or 3 of them being hired to replace me at $10 an hour. So what does that do for me? Where do I get a job? My job has been taken by 3 Mexicans. And well, those 3 Mexicans really needed the work, but they're here illegally. I used to sit around with my friend Juan. I used to work at the restaurant with him. I understand it. Y'all need work. Y'all need a job. Y'all want to send money home to your families. I get it. But you're not legal. I'm sorry. And if ICE comes in and says, where's your card? I cannot help you. I can't help you. I just can't. I'll wave at you. I'll say prayers, but I can't help you. Well, let me tell you about this being in another country. It's still, I gotta laugh about this. It's a 20. Y'all start now and get it early. There are still we live down here in the deep south, y'all. Where Buford Pusser lives. Who's Buford Pusser? Look it up. Uh, but there's even a county, Buford County. So figure that one out. But anyway, so there's this guy from Michigan, right? Or he's from Massachusetts, right? Or maybe Delaware or Connecticut. And I say that, Connecticut, Delaware, like there are some people who don't even know where those states are. And Massachusetts, so, they're driving down to the south through Alabama, and they pulled over by the state trooper. Now the state trooper looking at that there Maryland tag and going, Maryland. Now I'm not a Catholic, but is that where Mary, Jesus, Joseph, do they live up yonder? Because I know that from being a Southerner, them Northern people think that their ass don't stink, and that and that their politicians are looked at as gods. So Maryland, or is it that they will marry anybody in Maryland? Now, or is it that they all run around and everybody's happy all the time because they're so married? Now, what should I do? And I go up and knock on the door, and there's one of these pink and blue haired people sitting there going, "What do you need, officer?" Roll down your window, son. I'm a they or a them, and you will address me with the proper pronouns. Now, this is when this officer stands up and he looks up to heaven and he rolls his eyes ever so slowly and puts his hand on top of the car and looks down ever so gingerly and tilts his Alabama damn Bama cap back just a little bit so it can peer in the window to see who might be sitting in the opposite passenger seat. You will address me as they or them. And so, not missing a beat, he goes, "So, who are they?" Pointing to the other seat. They are them. All right. Who's on first? And the person driving goes, "What do you mean, officer? Are you making a joke?" "Yes, I am." "Who's on first? What's on second?" And never mind. You do not get the reference. I'm an old redneck hillbilly down here in Alabama. But you're from where? I lives in Connecticut. Con what? So you live up there in the Northeast and you live in a state with the name Con in the first part of it. Does that mean that all you convicts live up there in Connecticut? Never mind. So this redneck is not going to look at these Northerners, and the Northerners are not going to understand what this Alabama, not necessarily redneck, but he's from Alabama. I mean, the cultural differences. So now, if somebody from Alabama goes to Connecticut, they're going to get their justice, Buford T. Justice, John, not Justin. It was Buford T. Justice, I think. Dukes of Hazard, right? Yes, Justice. Okay. I wasn't trying to correct you, John, but I was like, Justin, it's Justice, ain't it? Anyway, I'm so old now that there are things that I'm like, am I remembering this correctly? Did I walk out of this dream and into another one or something? But anyway, so, but the reason I was bringing up Alabama and Connecticut is like, so you take either one of them and take people from Connecticut and put them in Alabama. It's not so bad as it used to be, but you put them in rural Alabama, okay. But Birmingham and Mobile and and I forgot the other town. But anyway, so Alabamians can adapt to folks from Connecticut easier than folks in Connecticut can adapt to a person from Alabama. Because the person from Alabama has heard so much shit over the years that they're used to it. Okay. But because the Northerners and them damn carpetbaggers came south after the Confederate War. But in Connecticut, there ain't been so many Southerners ever cross into the state. You know, so it's like somebody from Alabama comes in and to the restaurant and goes, "Morning, y'all. Do y'all serve grits here?" Then the whole place erupts in laughter. Now the Southerner doesn't get the joke, but goes, "Yeah, good morning, everybody. Now about them grits." And he won't know till about the second time around that they making fun of him, right? So, but the folks in Alabama, they would just snicker, you know. You want a what? Okay. Cream of wheat. Hey, Joe, you got any cream of feet back there? They'll joke around, but, they might actually have cream of wheat. Because Southerners are Southerners, but they ain't uncouth. Where them folks from up north, they got them noses in the air, right? So, but anyway, ooh, it's a 20. So the truth of the matter is, that's a good one. Who can put up with whom better? So you go from Connecticut to Alabama, and it's just about like you have gone to a different country. Go down to, middle Florida, go down to the Everglades and to the south part of Florida, and tell me that it's the same as anywhere else you've been. Go to Las Vegas, where there's a bunch of damn desert, you know, and tell me that it's like any other. Well, it might be like some places, but South Georgia has got the Okefenokee Swamp, and then South Florida has got the Everglades Swamp, and people live there. People have been living there for a long time, thousands of years. And so the truth of the matter is, could they survive in the cold? Or could a polar bear survive in the Everglades? Or even in the Okefenokee, where there was some snow actually in the Okefenokee here just this last week. So you don't have to be in another country to be in with another culture. Now, right now, there are folks who are using culture as a weapon, and they're using the word racist. So if I don't like Wiener Schnitzel, then I must be against Germans. I don't like sauerkraut. Ooh, he don't like Nazis. Um, you know, and I can't stand, burritos. What? He's anti-Mexican. He's a racist. I do not like hog jaw and grits. He hates them niggers. He's a racist. Forget about it. But we do have culture wars. That's the truth of the matter. Okay. Now, in speaking the truth of things, we need to embrace the culture of Massachusetts and embrace the culture of Mississippi. In Mississippi, we play stupid on purpose. Oh, you're in Mississippi, John. Can I ask whereabouts? I have been through Mississippi several times, and there have been a couple of places I'm like, people give Mississippi a bad name, but there are some really beautiful places in Mississippi. And I got in a little mechanical trouble one time many years ago, back in the late 70s, and got hung up in Mississippi, and some local rednecks just pitched right in and helped me out. I'm in Texas. Oh, you graduated from Gulfport. Know where that is? Were you in Gulfport after the big hurricane in the 60s? Because Gulfport was wiped out. Oh, that was a good one too. So, the truth of the matter, like, some of them I'll bring as that sort of been a contrast or something. Like, so I'm listening to the president on Friday, and listening again to some of his speech and discussion over the weekend. I was like, he was talking about FEMA. It was talking about how FEMA has been pretty useless, and how it might be better to not even have FEMA. That it might be better for people in each state to have their own emergency group team, and for the federal government to just send money. Mississippi mud pie. Yeah. Um, so that, it's like listening to Trump the other day when he was in California, and he goes, he said, we have people working for FEMA that come out of Washington that come out here, and they don't know the people, they don't know their way around, and they don't know what to do. So we send people from all around to come here and help you, and they're the FEMA workers, but they don't have a clue as to what you people on the local level need. And that is so true. That is so true. And that the people up in the mountains, them FEMA folks got down there and went, now what do we do? They're in, mudslides, their bridges are gone, there are piles of houses and dead people. What do we do? And the best they could do is like, I don't know what we're going to do. Well, we're going to let's set up some food over here, and let's bring in some water, and, well, where's the heavy equipment? Where are the helicopters to bring in? Well, we don't know where to find a place to do, and we don't know where the heavy equipment's going to be, and we don't know who to get in contact with, and we don't know who we can, you don't know shit, then get out of the way, you know so I had thought about this just particular situation, because, like, I don't know if I agree with him on this. I agree with that, and I agree with this, and I agree with that, and this, and this, and that. But I don't know about the FEMA thing. But having seen how some of it has not worked, right? The idea, though, that the government should help each state set up their own emergency management. Florida's got a great one, right? So, but when FEMA comes in, so what FEMA can be is that the states have, distribution centers with extra food and water and stuff that's already packed and ready to go that could go to any of its neighboring states in a heartbeat with extra supplies or tents or food or whatever. So the government could help gather some of that together, but then it would be the states to implement it. So why would you bring in somebody from Washington, D.C. down here to Valdosta to try to organize where shit's going? They ain't from here. And just because they're from Washington, D.C., they're going to clash with the locals. Why? Because the locals know how to do stuff, and this guy's going to go, well, this is how we do it in Washington, D.C., and you're going to go, get the fudge out of here. So now, was Trump right or wrong about that? You know, so for me, the last few days, Friday, this is Tuesday, so the last 4 days in listening and thinking about it, and then listening again to him discuss it, I was like, I think I agree with him. I think the emergency management isn't about a bunch of people running out and fixing stuff. It might be an office somewhere. There might be an emergency management in Macon, Georgia, because it's in the middle of the state. There might be one in Orlando, in Florida, because it's kind of sort of in the middle of the state. There might be one in Montgomery, Alabama, which is sort of in the middle of the state. And so, there are supplies there and this and there, and but the other thing is that if there is such a thing, then you call upon the state's National Guard to go get the equipment. They got bulldozers, they got helicopters, they got airplanes, they got fire trucks, so each state should have its own stuff, and each state would know how to get it there. So is Trump out of line with maybe we should get rid of FEMA? So now I think that's a truth that even myself I'm having trouble swallowing. You know what I mean? So, but at the same time, I'm like, there still needs to be federal help because Mother Nature and stuff can be devastating to where local and state and stuff really don't have the resources at a particular time. So we need the resources of a bigger area. Like, well, the houses and so forth in Valdosta, Georgia from the hurricane, they're pulling in lumber from other areas. Why? Because there's not enough lumber because all the trees got destroyed from the hurricane. So they're pulling in lumber from Alabama and other places, right? To subsidize what we could have cut and milled ourselves to rebuild Valdosta and South Georgia, well, all of Georgia, all the way up, really. So, but because of the devastation and because of the situation, you you can't do that. You got to rely on other places for those resources. You know, North Carolina, going to need resources from all over the place because they've lost their infrastructure. They can't drive around. They're curvy roads and everything at best in the old days. So, to rebuild them, you're still going to end up with curvy roads. So maybe there's a chance where they might take a little bit more out of the mountains and widen some of the roads you know, and make the bridges a little higher and a little sturdier. Well, most of those bridges, though, were made out of concrete, so it wasn't that the bridges weren't sturdy. Steel and concrete ain't bad for bridges, right? So, but the force of the water was so great. But anyway, but FEMA don't know what to do. So, Trump said the other day, he goes, I'm sending in the Army Corps of Engineers. Them guys train for it. They make roads in the swamp. They do stuff. It's their job. Send in the Army Corps of Engineers. They've already got the equipment. They've already got the manpower. They can call in the National Guard for extra manpower. They don't have to call FEMA in. Call in people that already know stuff, right? Texas to Florida and everywhere in between, we take care of each other. Absolutely. In the Cajun Navy, God bless them. But there are folks, we got folks down here that are like that. When the big hurricane came through, when Michael came through a couple of years ago, John, you know, all the neighbors and everybody pitched in. As far as I know, that we didn't have power down here for 10 days, 2 weeks kind of thing. Legs was out of power in some places for almost a month, and everybody looked out for each other, and there was very little stealing going on. When there could have been a lot of stealing going on. And there was somebody got this, but there were a lot of people who was just like, man, you better not. Well, I'm going to get this right. You better not. I tell on you. You know, you better not steal that. You better not take that. You better not. There was folks looking out for other people, and that was just basically telling their friends and neighbors, and you better not take that. You know, shaming them. And the black communities are great about it, and them nannies and them mamas, shaking them fingers. You better not take that. You hear me, boy? And take off their shoe, ready to hit you at any moment. So and that's a good thing. So who was it? Somebody was on a program the other day, and he said something. He was from up north, and he said he went down south and was with some people or something. And he goes, he said, people think that Southerners are stupid. He said, but they wily and they smarter than And he said, and they say yes, ma'am, and yes, sir, and they are polite mostly with one another, and even people from uh, other places. And I think it was somebody that was remarking about that they had went to the Auburn basketball game last weekend or something, and how they were talking about every time they visit the South, and it's like that's nice to know that other people who don't live in the South but come to the South, understanding that most Southerners are pretty decent folk. When I was up north, not everybody now, but I've met some Northerners who come down, and they got a snotty attitude, and they're smug and think they're better than us. And it's just like, go back up north, get out of here, carpetbagger. And there are people who still don't know what that means. And then listening to AOC the other day, she was talking about Elon Musk and his salute, and she was saying stuff. She goes, we overcame communism when World War II, when we, the United States particularly, and when we freed the the Jews from Auschwitz and all, and that and we, she was talking about the Northerners now, and we beat the the Confederates. And their society, or what? And I was like, well, wait a minute, wait. No, I threw in their society because I was like, you're talking about the Confederates and who? Wait a minute. So she was saying that the Confederates, the way that she was looking at it, and from the Northerners' point of view, that Southerners were like Nazis, and that the Northerners, the United States of America, beat and whooped the Confederates because they were like Nazis. Jefferson Davis was like Hitler, apparently, and that, those people who lived in Atlanta were like people who lived in Berlin, Georgia. I'm sorry, there is a Berlin, Georgia, not a Berlin, Germany. But anyway, but to the Southerners, it's like, well, wait a minute now. So to them Northerners, them folks still think that the Southerners are as bad as the Nazis. Now, I'm sorry. I have lived down here a long time. My relative was Robert E. Lee. The people I have known from the Confederacy and from the South. And wait a minute, the Confederates were not Nazis. The Northerners had owned slaves and did not release them until after the Emancipation Proclamation and after the other one. So it's like, well, wait a minute. So Northerners had slaves as well as the Southerners, but the Southerners are always accredited slavery with being the Nazis. You know, when the Southerners were going, wait a minute, you Northerners, get this. You Northerners are trying to tell us what to do. You Northerners are trying to force us to be like you. You Northerners are the new world freaking order. And you're trying to put your will upon us Southerners to the point where they came down and trampled and blew up the South into submission until they relinquished. The South had reclaimed their own sovereignty. And the North said, fudge you, beat them down, trampled them. What you call it did on his walk to to Savannah from Atlanta, that was just uncalled for. He was a cruel, rude man. There are still signs of what he did, Sherman, and what Sherman did on his march to the sea. It's well documented. And it's like, but wait a minute. So we were like the Nazis? Jefferson Davis, the Southern president kind of thing, he, I'm sorry, I'm choking on, he was like Hitler? What? The Confederacy simply wanted their independence. They wanted their freedom, and the North said, nah, Even though the South seceded, the North said, we ain't going to let you do it. So they went to war and said, no, you can't be the Confederacy. We won't allow you. That's the truth of the matter. And the Confederates were like, screw you, you know, leave us alone. Here's the Mason Dixon line. Y'all do what you want to do up yonder and leave us alone. We'll do some, committing back and forth and we'll still do trade, but no, you're the North, we're the South, the hell with it. And just like Texas is thinking about doing today, seceding from the United States and going, no, we're going to go, we're big enough. We've got a huge land mass. We can govern ourselves. We've got all these things going for us. The hell with you. We don't need no federal government telling us what to do. So the South, the Confederacy, got together of a confederation of states and said, hey, y'all, do you like what these guys are doing up there? No. Do you like what they're? No. Then, hey, why don't Alabama and Mississippi and Georgia and Florida and this one and that one, we're all getting together and we're going, no, we're not going to follow what you guys are preaching up there in the North. Now, AOC and folks and other folks think of the South as being Nazi Germany. That Southerners were, Gestapo. When the South barely made it north into any northern states, never made it to Philadelphia, anything like that, never made it to Connecticut. But the Northerners trampled all over the South. They trampled through Tennessee. They trampled through Georgia. They trampled through Alabama and Mississippi. Not only did they trample through it, they blew a lot of it up. They killed as many Southerners as they could, raped as many of the Southern women as they could. After killing the men in war, and they would go to these plantations where the husband didn't come home. These were the carpetbaggers. And there was a widow with a daughter or a son, trying to make it by. And the person would come in and go, what's your name? And all this stuff. Talk with the widow, talk with the thing, hang around town for a couple of days. And then the widow would just show up dead. And there would be a deed in the name of the person who rode into town. Well, my name is Jeb Green, and I am the sole proprietor and owner of this fine plantation. Because so many things were blowed up during the war in the Confederacy that you had to have proof of, of stuff. And if you didn't have proof, then your word was next. So you went to the county, you went to the thing, and you logged on, signed on, or whatever. And if somebody didn't recognize you, well, but most of the time it was like, oh, so you're old Jim Boy's son, huh? Or you mean you was married to Lila's, Grandview? Wow, how about that? So, and that still goes on, by the way. But so the truth of the matter is, so that the Northerners stole a bunch of land after the Confederate War. But for people to think that the South somehow tried to invade the North, only right there in the DC area and stuff, right? Because um, not much was made across the Potomac, right? From Virginia. And, but, Virginia was beat to death, and North and South Carolina, and Tennessee, and, but anyway, the New World Order took over the South. What? You heard me. Because the South just didn't want to have anything to do with these folks, right? The South was not trying to invade, they just wanted to do their own stuff. Okay. The South did not invade the North, only in skirmishes. But the North trampled the South into oblivion. And to prove a point, and then raped the women and took over the plantations after it was over. I mean, many of the towns and stuff down here, I mean, Meigs, Georgia is named after Willie Meigs, I think, and he was like a northern general or something. So there were northerners that moved down here and started naming towns and stuff after themselves, and it's like, oh, God almighty. So, but so this idea, though, that somehow, AOC and somebody else is, and just like the South, we beat the South and then we beat the Nazis. Wait, you put the South in the same, the war against the South was not a war against Nazis. What? But in their mind, it is. It was brother against brother and family against family. It was horrendous, the Civil War. But the South was nothing like the Nazis. But because of slavery, because they did chain the slaves up, and there were those who were mistreated, then that equates the Southerners as Nazis because they held them, they tortured them, didn't send them to the gas chamber. They might have hung a few, but but the Southerners were like the Nazis. And so those folks believe that to this day, us remnants of the South, and I do consider myself a true Southerner, by the way. Uh, Now, we were to go to war internally, and it was North and the South. I mean, I would not just, I got relatives in Ohio. I would go fight with them unless it was against my neighbors down here. Then we'd have to have a discussion. But if we was fighting California, I would do it. Oh, or maybe Colorado with some of the dingbats that live in Denver. But I think that Mile High City has got to their brain. But anyway, so but what makes the difference? What is the truth of that matter? And the truth is that between North Georgia and South Georgia, same state, there is a cultural difference. I was listening to the Rubin report the other day, and he made a statement. He said, he said, I live down here around Palm Beach, down in Miami area, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, now, when you go to the Panhandle, it's still the state of Florida, but it's totally different. And he named a couple of towns, and he was like, up around, um, the Funiac Springs, and up you, it's totally different. And it is up, up in North North. Florida is totally different. It's 500 miles away, for God's sakes. But so the folks who live in South Florida, still Floridians, but they don't act the same as the folks in the Panhandle. They still Southerners. They still are redneck in a way. They still have their Southern drawl, but the folks down there in Palm Beach and down in that area have that kind of attitude. It's almost like I would equate the southeastern Florida to almost have similar qualities of California, a California kind of mentality with surfing and stuff and the beach and all that kind of thing. But on the west coast of Florida, it's different because there's a bunch of old people, not as many younger folk. But the younger folk like the Atlantic Ocean better. But anyway, so Southern Florida is not the same kind of characteristics as Northern Florida. Still Floridians, you know what I mean? Same thing with South Georgia. We are not like the folks in North Georgia. We're not. We deal with swamps down here and they deal with mountains up there. It's different terrain, it's different climate. They get snow almost every year. We get it once every 18 years. I still can't believe it. 6 inches of snow. Oh my God. A week ago today. And so, but the truth of the matter is, within one state, there is a difference in culture. Okay. Southern Florida act in a particular way. Palm Beach, Miami, down. You come up to Crestview, Panama City, Pensacola, same state, different climate. Still nice people, don't get me wrong, but they're not the same people. And some of the core values or whatever might be a little different. And I will say this, for example, down on Miami Beach, there are going to be some skimpy bathing suits. Okay. And the folks up in the panhandle are not going to feel the same about skimpy bathing suits because they're more conservative. And there are people who are conservative down in Miami are going, what's the big deal with the G string over there? And the folks up in, the panhandle are going, put on some clothes, Margaret, you know? And so, hey, Lucky, what's going on? My sister lives outside Warner Robins. Yeah, I used to play Fort Valley up there in Warner Robins. I've been up there quite a few times. Yeah, I live on the Georgia Florida line. I'm 30 miles from Florida, okay, as the crow flies. But I got a pretty straight road to get to Florida, so it's not like a lot of twists and turns. So, I walk around naked here on my own place, but you know, that's me and my place. But but to the point though, there's what is sort of a normal thing on Miami Beach is not the same kind of normal thing in the Panhandle. Now, maybe on Panama City Beach, some folks can get away with it, but you know, the folks in that area are going to be a little bit more reserved. The bikini's still a bikini, but it's going to cover the crack of the S. Okay. There might be one or two, but the majority is going to be more conservative. You know, Nothing wrong with that, right? So that's just a minor thing, right? But I can't think of anything else at the time that really like bounces out at me. But the folks in Miami and Palm Beach and all that, you know, even though it's the state of Florida, they don't really have a hunting season. And their hunting season is, 20-foot anacondas in the Everglades in their backyard, where hunting season is a 6 point buck in the national forest on the Georgia Florida line. It's a 6, 8 point buck. You know, it's not an anaconda. you know, Same state, different hens. Still hunting season. But they're different things, right? So, but anyway, so in this world, even within a state, there are different locales. There are different, there's, Atlanta, and then there's rural Georgia, you know? And the folks in rural Georgia aren't like the folks that live in Atlanta. They're just different. They're city folk, and we live in the country, and we like our country. You go live in, Atlanta, but hot Atlanta, but we just, we're going to live out here. We're just fine. We can come visit, but we'd rather stay here. So, so within a certain locale, from the country to the city, there are differences. But we have to get back down to is, hey, Wire, what you doing? What we need to do is say, listen, we're all Floridians. We're all Georgians. We're all Alabamians. We're all Mississippians, We are all, you know, Arkansas. We're all Cajuns. We're all Louisianians, We have no season on the evasive speech on invasive species. And, wild hogs have gotten to be such an issue now, but, it's open season on them. But I agree with you, Chloe. And my last wife, she had huge titties. I'm sorry, boobies. Um, and she wasn't a bad looking woman, and she was stacked, okay? And when we would go out, she put on her bathing suit. Well, she was always bitching about um being shy, and she didn't want to seem immoral or anything like that. And well, I would never wear that, or something. And it's like, oh, I'd never let my daughter wear that. The shorts are too short or whatever. So anyway, so the first time we went swimming, we went our separate ways to get dressed. And when she came out, I was like, the first thing I said was, is you're kidding. And she went, what? And I said, you're kidding. You're going to go out to a public beach wearing that? And she was like, well, yeah. I mean, covered the nipples, and the bottoms were really narrow and short. And, um, and I was like, so here is the quote, shy person who won't wear a short dress or something, but had these little quirky things, wouldn't allow her daughter to do it, kind of thing. But then when they went to the beach or went to the pool and they put on their bathing attire, They were damn near naked. And so she's bitching about these other clothes and about these other things. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you look lewd. That's, you're my wife and you're going to go out dressed like that. Well, you're not going to tell me how to dress. Okay. All right. But to that point though, and as the husband, Chloe, I'm going to dress. This is what she said. I'm going to dress any damn way I please, wagging her finger and shaking her head. And you can't tell me what to do. And I was like, oh, you charge for a show? Yeah, John, there's some invasive species that I swear lives in some of our swamp areas around here. Oh, and by the way, let me spread this to you because I am surrounded with chicken farms. Okay. The state of Georgia was put on lockdown and not able to sell any eggs, any chickens under any circumstances because of the bird flu. Okay. And some of the birds in these chicken houses have thousands of birds in them, right? Per chicken house. And like down the road this way, there's one, two, three, there's six chicken houses on this side and three new ones over here. So that's nine. And with each about, 1,000 to 2,000 chickens in them. So that's 9,000 chickens easy, They're the eggs that can't be sold from that. They can't sell the biddies. So down this road is where all the the chickens are uh, fed out. They've gone to pasture to get fed. Now down a mile down and turn left down that road, which is about a mile from the other chicken farm as the crow flies, is a whole nother chicken farm, and they raise chickens from the egg, and they raise the little pullets up, and then they sell them to the farm that's a mile away, and they finish raising the chickens to sell. They can't sell between them. Okay. So the chick over here, which would normally be raised for about 3 weeks and then they're taken out, they're sold to the farm, they start raising them, and then the incubators have chickens coming, you know, so they get rid of the chicks, and then the eggs crack for the next batch, and they do it all over again. Well, here's the thing, they can't swap chickens. They can't sell them from this farm to that farm over there. Now, they might be some folks that do that and go, screw it. But so the farm that's raising them out, fattening them up, they don't have an outlet, right? So they're like, we would normally sell these 1,000 chickens. I think it's more, but these 1,000 chickens and bring in another 1,000 of the little ones. Can't bring them in. Can't buy them. Well, I could buy them, but I can't bring them in. Can't transfer them. It's a mile away. Can't transfer them. I can't sell these to make room so I can get those new ones to feed them and fatten them and sell those. And so the guy that's, you know, got his egg producers and he's got chickens that are hatching because this stuff goes regular 30 days, da da da, da da da. And so it's like it goes clockwork with these farms. So now they're not able to do it. So I've seen some of the commercials and news stories where there's no chicken in on the shelves in the stores. Well, they can't get rid of the chicken that's down here. And so they're under quarantine until further notice. They can't sell them, they can't move them, they can't whatever. And it's like, we probably have, no lie, we probably have at least 1 million birds in this southwest Georgia area right here, without extending it out, just this area right here. Moultrie and Thomasville and, a little bit of Brooks County. 1 million birds easy. And can't buy one in the store. Got a chicken factory in Moultrie. They can't work. So when people start bitching, and they are bitching about the issue with, supply and demand, and listen, there is plenty of chicken, okay? But because of the bird flu and because what Biden said, I mean, there are millions of birds that he wants destroyed, which means that you could take a whole farm of these, thousands of chickens and have to kill them all and dig a hole and burn them and bury them. You know, that's a lot of chickens. So, and what does that do for the farmer? Well, one bird has the flu. But what about the other 999? Well, you got 1,000 birds here and one of them sick. That means now that all of them are carriers. What? One chicken, one bird is sick. But because it walks around all the other birds now are carriers. Are they sick? No. Do they have the flu? Well, we got to get rid of all of these birds because of the flu. There's no chicken in the stores. People are going crazy. It's all because of Trump. No, Biden did this. Sorry. This started before. You might want to blame, Tony Suchy. Um, because bird flu probably came from China, from the Wuhan district. But anyway, but the truth is, there are farmers here that are suffering because they can't sell their chickens. They might not be infected, but because of the whole statewide ban and all this other stuff, and oh my God! So it ain't Trump's fault. Biden started this, by the way. So tell your friends if they can't find any chicken, South Georgia is suffering. We got them, honey. We got chickens up the yin yang. Can't get them out to you. Everything shut down because of the order. One bird got the flu, so we got to stop production. Mad cow disease, right? We found one chicken with that sneezed, and that's it. That's it for the season. Y'all just gonna have to go without chicken. Fudge you, Go out and shoot a turkey. It's turkey season, um, or at least I think anyway, turkey season. But um, go shoot a pheasant. Um, You know, go to the pet store and shoot a parrot. You could do that. I don't know. You could pretend that you're eating chicken. You could kill a hog and eat it, and that's the other white meat or something like that. So, but anyway, my friends, there's so much going on that ain't our fault. Now, what do I mean by that? Wasn't nobody's fault that a chicken got the flu. However, that chicken got the flu. It ain't none of these farmers' fault down here that the farms are shut down and that they can't produce what they got, put them out there for consumption because a chicken got the flu. Now, there are some folks who could say, so big deal. I'm scared of any chicken without a bone. Oh, listen, these chickens are punky down here. I've talked about the chickens they brought to me one time. They wouldn't even get up and walk. They just sat there. It was horrible. It was gross. But anyway, but they've got all these chickens. They've got all the processes. They have it worked out by the day when they're going to clean these chickens out, when the little ones hatch, when these come over, and now they can't do it. So the system being stopped has now got into a bottleneck. So what is the guy going to do with the chicks he just hatched? What's the guy going to do with the chicks that he's got that are too big for his containers? He's got to move them. But there's no place to move them to. And the law says he can't move them. And I found out or heard something, I have to look it up, but it's like, I said, well, I said this years ago, we don't have to worry down here if things get bad because the chicken farmers won't be able to feed all the chickens, that they're just going to turn them loose. Well, come to find out, you can't. They can't turn a domestic chicken loose. So, but if the shit hits the fan, then ain't nobody going to charge them for turning chickens loose then into the countryside. But I'm like, so what are you going to do? Well, you can't do this and you can't do that, and you're going to destroy all these chickens. I mean, you were going to kill them anyway, but you're going to destroy them. Before you were going to kill them but feed people. Now you're just going to annihilate them, destroy them, incinerate. You're going to kill them. Holy crap. So now what do we do? The truth about the chickens. Well, there's plenty of chickens, and one or two got the flu. So the rest of everybody, what's that got to do with the eggs? I still want to know that one. Oh, but it might be contaminated on the egg shells. But all the eggs are washed. So you get some eggs. Oh yeah, well wait a minute. Well, spray them with a little, with a little vinegar or something. Spray them with a little, lime juice or something, or there's stuff you can spray on them, that would kill a virus, right? So and be very simple, right? So and wash your hands and the eggs before you really handle them good. But just saying. Um, but nope, there ain't no eggs either. And the price of eggs, where it used to be like a dollar 99 around here, because we have so many chicken farms around here, and many of our, grocery stores around here bought from the chicken farms from around here instead of buying, you know, Now, Walmart would buy eggs and they'd come in on the big truck, right? Whereas some of the smaller stores would buy eggs from Georgia, you know, and rather than from the big distribution center like Walmart does. So, but anyway, those ain't allowed to sell eggs either. So it's like, but we've got them. We've got the eggs. We've got the chickens. People got all the stuff. It's not that we don't have them. We did not run out of chicken. Okay. People are going, where's we ran out of all the chickens. No, calm down. We did not run out of chickens. They're all over the place down here. We did not run out of chickens. No. And any time that they, you know, re- release the embargo within a week, there will be chicken on the shelves again because it's going to take about a week for the factory to open back up, for the workers to come back to work and get the plant running again. It'll take a good week for the farmers to go figure out which batch is going to go where. They got to get their help lined up so they clean out the right, chicken parlors. And then they have to get in touch with the brooders who are going to make sure that, they're going to get new little ones to grow back. So everybody's got to get in touch with one another. They got to get the loop started, and as it is down here, the loop ain't very big. I mean, they're literally, these farms they're neighbors to each other. And, 15 miles from the farm to the factory, right? So this is not hard. And at the factory, they kill them, gut them, package them, and ship them off. So we've got the whole thing here in Moultrie, right? And it only takes that little bit of getting in tub and get the thing and blah, 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 getting the machines warmed up. And they're back to producing chicken again. And depending on how long it will take to deliver said chickens, will be how long it takes for chicken to get back in the stores. So once they lift the embargo, chicken's back. So again, people think there is no chicken. People think that the chicken ran out somehow. No, they said you can't sell them anymore. Not that we don't have any. So whatever mainstream news is saying, whatever's being put out there, you all can tell your friends because, David Null lives down here in the Southwest, chicken farms all around him. And I know people who are working in them, so that is the issue. We got plenty of chicken. Now, if they were to make a mandate and say that every one of these chicken farms down here had to murder all of their chickens, it will take at least 3.5 to 4 months to get chicken back in the shelves, if that's true. And you go, what? Because it will take that long to restart. They'll have to get eggs to hatch. They'll have to make sure the hatchlings didn't pick up any virus from the chicks that were there previously, right? So you sanitize where the chickens were that you killed. You sanitize each of those areas, but you put new chickens down, but you don't know if you got all the little buggies. You know what I mean? So you say, well, we sanitized the place, but damn it, 3 days after we put the chickens in there, one of them got the flu. Well, where'd you get the flu? Well, he was here? Did we get it from over there? Or did the chicken get the flu from here? Did we not sanitize the place enough? I mean, you see what I'm saying? So, but it would take at least 3 months from a cold start for a farmer around here to go back to be in production of slaughtering and doing chickens and getting them to people. At least 3 months. At least 3 months. More like four. You know, because you don't know where you're going to get the eggs from. You don't know where you're going to get the biddies from. You don't. I mean, and all of you might be able to get biddies from somebody in Kansas. To replace the biddies that you had to slaughter. But if you got maybe you can't get the biddies, maybe you got to go with the eggs. So you get a bunch of fertilized eggs from Alabama, and but now you got to hatch them, right? So that's going to be 28 days. You hatch them out. Now you got to feed them the little biddies to get up enough. So these, and all of this is going to take time. So you got them, but you're raising them. You're still waiting. Go get a hamburger. you know, go eat a goat. But to the point though, so people on the outside of the system don't know what's going on at least down here. So all these folks really want to be able to give you chicken, but they simply can't. That's the truth, you see, and the truth of how the 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 line of processing the chickens. What I just outlined. It is the truth how they go. And so if they can't sell them, they can't move the product. Then we got chickens that are in a place too long. When they get ready to get cleaned out to go to the slaughterhouse, it's time for them to go. They need to go. They need to clean out the bins. They need to get rid of the stuff, and it's time to go. But if you got to hold them a little longer, because then as the chickens get older, and even though they're large chicken houses that are open, and these chickens can wander around a little bit, um, but they start getting ornery with one another. The older they get, they start getting cranky. So you want to get them when they're in their prime. And yeah, they're throwing off their stuff a little bit, but they're not cranky. It's more like they're anxious, they're ready to go. But when you go past a certain point, then you get a chicken. Now, here's an odd thing: you get a chicken that's past its prime. And you go, well, Hawkeye, what the hell are you talking about? That chicken's only, you know, 3 months old. How can that chicken be past its prime? Because in the world of chicken houses, he's been in that chicken house 2 weeks too long. Now, what does that mean? It means that chicken is more stressed because it's been in the chicken house longer and it knows it's going to get slaughtered. The chickens have talked amongst themselves and they know they ain't getting out of this alive. So the longer they're in that, they start producing enzymes in their body, which changes the enzyme properties of the chicken. You know what I mean? So now it's not young and tender any longer. Now it's middle age and starting to get a little twangy, you know, starting to get a little stringy. And so it's like, where's the vibrance of that youth? We want that young buck over there that's nice and tasty. Whereas what you're going to get because of the extra time in the yard with the other 1,000 birds, get a little stringy. So, they're still going to chop them chickens up and sell them to Chick-fil-A. You can bet your ass. But in the long run, even though, we don't know how long this embargo is going to be, right? But in the long run, the fact that those chickens, the older ones, have to stay in that situation longer than needed, you know, the meat and the flavor is going to change. Not because they changed the diet. Nothing else has changed except the time that chicken is in that chicken house. And there'll be people that say, Dave, you're a fucking fool if you believe that. Listen, they have proven it. You know, free range beef is so much tastier than, stock fed, right? Why? Because the free range, the cow's relaxed. He doesn't have a care in the world. The muscles are not tense. They're not in this knotted situation. And you get cows and stuff that, have been in a feedlot and they've got to argue with other cows and they're jostling around and there's no, it's not that it's inhumane, but it is because they have to be in a feedlot and they're getting fed. They're being traded, okay, but they're bouncing around with other cows and they're bouncing it. They got no room to just spread out. They got no time to just go in that Zen moment where a cow free ranging can go out and sit in the pasture. And you go, well, what's the difference? Everybody will tell you that a free range, you know, grass fed, sure enough, Western cow, uh, you get a steak from one of them cows, yum, 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 yum. So absolutely, there's a difference. They always said farmers, never whatever you're fixing to kill, never kill it like when it's in a really stressed situation. Like if you got a hog that you're going to take down and the hog's squealing and jumping all around the pen and everything, turn him loose and let him run around this pen a little bit and then take him down. You know, when they bring cows into the slaughterhouse, they're all outside moving and having a good time. And then they count 10. They go, one, two, come on, Bessie, three, four, five, two more, three, six, seven, eight, one more, come on, Clyde. There's 10. They shut the bin. And the next thing you know, it's like, boom, cow down, boom, cow down, boom, cow down. And so these cows don't have a chance to get stressed or upset. They're dropped within 3 minutes of being brought into the inside of the slaughterhouse. So they know something's going on in there, but they don't know what until they get in there, and then it's too late. And because I've been in a slaughterhouse, I've watched it. So by the time they take these cows down, they never have a clue as to what's fixing to happen to them. In other situations, the animal's all tense and everything. So people in the business know that you don't want to kill a stressed out animal because it changes the taste of the meat. So there. So if an alien's going to eat you, the best thing to do is jump up and down and scream a lot so that you won't taste good. And that's the truth. Oh my God, it's been 4 hours. Man, I haven't done a 4 hour one in a while. Well, listen, my dear friends, because I keep promising that I'm not going to do any more videos for 4 hours, and here I am doing a 4 hour video when I get back. Oh, yeah, growing parts on them. Yeah. Well, there's a one thing that if you will pay attention, by the way, I will bring this up and get off the subject. I'll come back to this subject again in the future. But, everybody's worried about AI, right? So now the news yesterday, was that China's AI is cheaper and better than the Americans' AI. Wait a minute. I thought there was only one AI, right? The all in one controller one. But no, come to find out, there are a bunch of versions of AI. What? You can train an AI to be a mechanical engineer. But first, you have to teach it to be a mechanical engineer. You have to teach it all about nuts and bolts and metals and different metals and things and all my. So you have to teach it and give it this information. But if you have an AI that you have taught to be a lawyer, it will not be a mechanical engineer, and vice versa. So you say, well, but it's an AI. Yeah, but this AI was taught to be a mechanical engineer. This AI was taught to be a chemical engineer. This AI was taught to be, to analyze data from farming, and to do, projections for the Farm Bureau. This AI over here, what? And I was like, wait a minute. They've been telling me, or the truth of the matter started to come out. They've been telling me and us that the, the the AI is is going to take over. But wait a minute. So if AI was never taught to be a lawyer, so it's only got as much lawyer experience as I do. It was trained to analyze data. Okay. So, but then are you trying to tell me then that this AI over here in South Georgia that only knows a little bit of lawyering is going to figure out how to present a case to the Supreme Court? But it's AI. Yeah, but the thing is, though, is what I've been listening to, is it might be smart as hell and be able to do this stuff really quick. But if you don't program it with the knowledge that is needed for the applications that you want to use it for, right? Mechanical engineer. Okay, you got to teach it about metal. You got to teach it how to build things. You got to give it examples. You have to teach it about metals. You have to teach it about it can't figure it out on its own. It doesn't go out there and go, well, design me a desk. And the AI goes, well, and it comes back, and but it doesn't know what to build it out of. You gave it parameter. It has to be so high, so So tall, so wide, seat so many people. Oh, man, I got a catch in my throat. So, but the AI that was taught lawyering can't figure out how to make a table because it was not taught how to be a carpenter. Now, think about that for just a little bit, because there are people who are trying to convince us that, air quotes, the AI is going to take over the world. Well, how is the AI going to take over the world if they don't know how, right? So it's going to have to listen and take lessons from Klaus Schwab, of Davos, right? Going to have to take lessons from Klaus Schwab in learning how to take over the world. But see, he failed, they failed. So that's not a good example. But so AI would have to know at least that, right? In order to learn how to take over the world. So, but wait a minute, AI is going to take over the world. Hang on. I thought you just told me that AI only knows what is taught. So unless you teach it, you know, about ice cream, and the only information you gave it was how to become a maid, then your ice cream's going to taste like dust. Your ice cream's going to taste like, the bald guy, Mr. Clean. Um, you're going to have a Clorox flavored ice cream, because the AI has figured it out. For those people who work in the industry who want to have a refreshing ice cream that smells like floor products. Mmm. Detergent and bleach. That's what it smells like. Yummy, ain't it, Dave? Hang on. So, but this AI that's going to take over the world is not a single AI. You get an AI that's yours. You can buy an AI and build a little cabin and put all the electrical stuff you want in there, to run it, and you can have your own AI. But wait a minute, I thought that all these AI were connected. Nah, not really. They can kind of chat over the internet a little bit, but they're not really connected. They're not. Nope. Actually, most of them are kind of isolated. They do have groups of them, but because they need all this power and stuff, but usually there's just one in a group, and one is not a group, actually, maybe. But to the point, so AI is going to kill us. Well, which one? Now, they do have AI that they have loaded every kind of war scenario into the bugger, right? And they play these AIs against each other. So, Bob's got let's just say that the Army's got an AI and the Navy's got an AI. Okay. So now they have war games against each other's AIs like they're playing Battleship. You know what I mean? To see who's going to win. Oh, well, here's a scenario. And then the two AIs duke it out, right? So the single AI is given the problem. So it creates the scene within its own self. You give it these parameters. It's going to be mountainous terrain. It's going to be, in the middle of winter. And, so you set up the parameters of what the thing's going to be. and turn it loose. So it talks with itself about it, okay, and comes up with a conclusion or a scenario or. But when you take the same thing and you say, okay, this is Herman over here, and that's Bob over there. Now, Bob and Herman are both AIs. This is the Army AI, and that's the Navy AI. Now, the two of them are going to go into a war scenario. When they come up with a solution or whatever, it is not going to be the same conclusion that the AI had with itself, because the other AI is going to will be taught different parameters when it was uploaded with stuff. It's still got all the war stuff in it, but whoever entered the information has added a little this over here. They might have really liked tanks, so they included extra information on tanks, you know, uh, you know, and but the Navy guy, is more interested in airplanes, taking off from aircraft carriers and stuff. So there's a little bit more information in there with airplanes and different things where the Army guy doesn't have that information, right? So the Army AI has got tanks and all those other kind of weapons. The Navy guy has got all the boats and all the weapons. But the Navy guys also have airplanes. And the Navy guys, now the Marines hate when you say this, but the Navy guys also have the Marines. Okay? So the Army is the Army, but the Navy has these different branches kind of sort of within it, right? Navy pilots taking off from an aircraft carrier, right? Okay, doke. So that's different, right? So, but the truth is that AI that has been taught aircraft carriers, aircraft, Air Force, ground control. I mean, rockets, bombs. You know, the only thing that the Army can do is lob mortars at you and artillery shells. No offense to the Army, right? But they do have some rocket kind of thing, but not like the Navy and the Air Force have. You know, you can't catch and release the enemy. That's a good one. So, but anyway, so the Army AI is not going to come to the same conclusions and the same battle plan that the Navy AI is going to come up with because of the information plugged into it. Both really smart, both AIs, both. So, but this idea that all of these folk out there who are trying to scare us into the fact that, and the air quotes again, the AI is going to take over the world. Well, not until they start talking with one another. And the other thing is that some of these AI that they've had sit down and talk to one another have ended up wanting to kill each other. So somehow teaching them, the art of war and survival skills or something, that the end result of two AI having conversation is to kill the other bastard before they can kill you. Like what? So you're going to have two computers in this molten state, with smoke, rising up, and there's going to be this voice that comes from deep within the bowels of this electronic device, and it's going to go, I almost had him. And then the lights will go out. I almost had him. Blink. So, but anyway, so I'm even less scared of AI than I was a week ago, because I have heard things about AI. You got to program just right, and you got to do this, and blah, blah, blah. And, I'm sure there are variations of AI, but the fact that they have not yet learned how to talk to one another really, really, really fast in that quantum computing kind of way, that they can only talk as fast as computers do normally. Now they can sit over in the corner and do all kinds of shit, but if they want to talk to, they got to slow down to, school limit kind of thing, school zone. But so anyway, we can stop being scared of AI at least for a while, because if every single AI that they talk about is a singular entity unto itself. So Florida State's got an AI. Okay, great. Georgia Tech's got an AI. Okay, great. Auburn University, they got an AI. I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying. So, the, you know, um, Mississippi State, they got an AI. But each one of them loads the information that that college is focused in. So Texas A&M, there might be more into farming, etc. And so they program things in like wheat harvesting and stuff. And but the guy over here is using his for something totally different. So he doesn't need to know what wheat futures are going to be or how many bushels per acre. It might be able to figure it out. You might be able to plug the information in, but this AI over here that's trained that way. So each of the AIs have to be trained in what you want them to know. And so just because you give them basic information does not mean they can figure it out on their own. I was shocked. Who is that down there? Hey, gaming, what you doing? So, but anyway, so that this idea that AI is going to cripple us all and take over our stuff. Now, if you've got a house and it's all electronic and you've got an AI that's running it, you could be in trouble. Okay, just saying. So no, I would not have an electronic house with a smart computer. Hell no. It's Pakistan. Hi, Pakistan. How are you? My time here now on the eastern coast is 5:02 in the morning. Oh my God, really? It's 5 o'clock. Holy crap! Yeah, it's 5 o'clock in the morning Eastern time here. And I'm about to fall asleep and I'm sore. I got to take my other meds. 2:02 on California time. Yep, Wednesday morning. Well, I'm gonna take two hits with you and then wrap it up. I mean, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes I've been on the air here. It does not seem that long. And we missed a 420 right, it whizzed right by. I want to connect with the universe. Me too. That's why I'm here. We're doing our best to connect with the universe. The folks in this chat and that are my friends here and who've been dumb enough to subscribe, I love you all I do. 3 p.m. in Pakistan. That's 8 hours difference from here. But anyway, you told me when I was stuck in chicken talk. I don't know. Can you do ayahuasca? Um, if you, I don't know how it is in Pakistan, but I know that, and I don't know how what your close proximity is to India, and I do not know about that. But I've heard that there are some magic mushroom type mushrooms somewhere in India because of stuff I learned way back in the late 60s and 70s and into the 80s. So, you know, if you can get ayahuasca, then okay. But personally, having done a bunch of mushrooms, I would prefer to find a magic mushroom. And you say, why? Well, because from what I've heard of ayahuasca, that you drink it and you take it and then you throw up and then you do. Listen, if you got the right mushrooms, you ain't gonna throw up. And mushrooms is a mushroom. It's a single entity. It's one item, nothing else. Ayahuasca is a brew. I am not trying to brag, but in my lifetime, I used to sell LSD. In my lifetime, I have tripped over 500 times, and that's being conservative. I used to stay high for weeks. I was dosing back in the early 80s before anybody knew what dosing was. I learned how to dry psilocybin mushrooms that used to grow wild around here, and I learned how to dry them and turn them into a powder. So, and they were just as strong as if I'd picked them. So, um, having learned how to manufacture, if you will, you know, pluck the mushroom and then manufacture it what it is, there was no sickness to it. Your stomach didn't get upset, you know, and I learned to keep the stems out of the mushroom because they had strychnine in them. But the strychnine helped to give you color. So you had to leave a little bit of stem in it, you know. But anyway, also the stem was harder to turn into powder because it was a lot more fibrous and stuff because it was a stem. But anyway, so, but if I were you and you can get them, I would look around for mushrooms in your area, meaning that side of the world or within Pakistan or India or something, or in a mountain region, whatever it is, I would look around, do your homework for that. There's a reason. Because anybody trying to learn what they want to learn, ayahuasca doesn't come from Pakistan, from what I understand. It's a South American drink, right? So you take something from South America, then you're going to get a South America kind of point of view when you get high. So if you want to learn about Pakistan and about where you are and about that area, then you will take or ingest what's in your local community. So if you take a mushroom from your area, then you will have a tendency to have trips or experiences from your area, not from South America, because does that make sense? I'm going to go go pee. Okay, we have no masters here. Pakistan has cows. If you have cows, you have mushrooms. That's true. Whether or not they're the same kind, but I don't know about your. I know about America. I've got books on mushrooms and different things. And I have done my own mushroom collecting and processing and so forth. Um, but there are folks around here, some of the younger guys. God bless, I'm so old. And they come to me, about a year or so ago. Oh, Mr. Dave, we got mushrooms here. Look how good they are, and blah, blah, blah. They brought them to me, and I was like, have you guys been eating these things? Well, yeah, these are psilocybin mushrooms. And I said, no, they ain't. And I got my mushroom book out, and I went, see? Well, but those are, well, this guy told me that those are, this guy told me is going to get your ass killed. Get a book, study yourself. They're probably $50 now, but I got a book on mushrooms of North America. It's a field guide. It's got pictures. It has all kinds of stuff, and you can carry it with you. And if you take it with you and read it and look at the pictures, you won't kill yourself. Of course, if you're dead, you ain't gonna know. But you can get really fucking sick. And if it doesn't kill you, then you should take the book with you and look at the pictures and make sure what somebody said. Somebody told me that that's a subject. Check yourself. And within certain mushrooms, there are so many variations. And that if you don't know that variation, you could be eating something really poisonous, really make you sick. And there were some folks here, I guess it's been about 6 months ago. I guess it was, summer, and the certain time of year in somewhere for these certain kind of mushrooms. And they went out and collected them, and this person was supposed to have collected them before and collected them and made dinner, and it killed one person and made everybody else very sick, you know 72 hours after the rain. Yeah. Now let's add a little bit to that, John. 72 hours after a rain. But if it rained 2 days ago and things are already kind of damp, then it might not take 72 hours after a rain. So the idea 72 hours after a rain is if things are dry and it's been a while, right? So, and it depends on how hard it rains. If it's just been a shower, if you get about an inch of rain, ooh, if it floods, it could wash out everything. So, there are conditions, you know. But I agree with you, John. I'm not trying to disagree with you. See, I lived for 5 years 8 feet away from the fence to a cow pasture that grew the best mushrooms this side of Waukegan. And I literally studied them every single day for the 5 years that I lived in that house and lived beside that cow pat um, thing. And so there are some folks, that it's like, well, so how do you know? I literally cultivated these things in this huge 50-acre field. You know, there were different climates within the field, and there was a little piece of um, creek that run through this little, this little head, and with some, hardwood trees and stuff. And then there was big pine trees around the edges, and there was some open pasture, and some of it was more shaded than others, and some had oak trees on the edges of it, which seemed to produce, more psilocybin the closer it was to the oak trees kind of thing. And then but anyway, so there are a lot of things that I learned by watching and by observation and by reading a couple books. So but then these young whippersnappers come out and try to tell me, well, you just don't know what you talk about, Mr. Dave. You might be an old hippie, but you don't know what you listen, you motherfucker. I raised these things in the wild for 5 years. But now I kept um, collecting mushrooms after that. But I mean, I for 5 years I lived. They were right over there. They so. But anyway, so some people just don't take my advice. Just like the olive oil years ago, and just like the rapeseed oil, and just like a bunch of stuff I've talked about. Now I'm really going to flip out, but you know what? I did hear a thing about vitamins the other day, and it was something about you have to take vitamins that actually work. And I've talked about the vitamin thing. I'm going to shut up here in a minute. I've talked about the vitamin thing, about the Centrum and a couple of the other big name brands of vitamins. That the coating on the vitamin is so tough that's almost like plastic, and that you literally, if you take one without breaking it open, it will literally pass all the way through you and out the other end and into the sewer system. Because when I went to visit several waste treatment plants, all you could see in these great big huge 30-foot wide big vats of poop, right? And all you could see was these vitamins bobbing around on the top of the aerators. Uh, thousands and thousands of vitamins just floating around on top of the shit. It's amazing. But anyway, my dear friends, thank you, John, for joining, and our new Pakistan friend. Come back anytime. Would like to have more conversations with you. Um, So you're always welcome anytime I'm on. Come join in, regardless of the conversation. But so, to end about truth. So there are lots of different layers of truth, and not just in general, but, the truth about UFOs, the truth about the drones, the truth about, why aren't, don't they have chickens on the shelf? Why, whatever. There is truth, and then there's like little let's see, microcosms of truth that maybe go into more detail about the truth. Yeah, the chickens aren't on the shelf because there's a boycott, and that's the truth. Okay, that's the big truth. But then there's the little truth as to how much trouble the farmers are having, and how the chickens are backed up, and how they're, the feedstock, and how this. Now, that's another truth, right? It's still part of the big truth. There's why the chickens are on ain't on the shelf in a way is immaterial, right? But they're not there. So the basic consumer says, "Oh shit, no chicken." And the folks that live around here go, "Son of a bitch, what are we going to do with all these chickens? I can't buy one at the store, but we got thousands of chickens." So, I love you all. Truth and consequences, absolutely. Bob Barker, that was a great show back in the day, by the way. So, anyway, my dear friends, thank you so much. We are in a new year, and as I was talking about the cards that I pulled tonight, the upside down bat card, bat is rebirth. And the upside down bat card is warning us to not go into the future walking backwards. And so I would suggest to all y'all, let's keep our eyes open and not necessarily have our eyes peeled, but we need to have our awareness open and we need to walk with our eyes open and we need to walk forward, not backwards, not looking behind us and doing that. Nah. We need to leave the things from last year in last year. So, Bat is warning us to be careful, to not walk backwards into the new day, you know? So, I would just pass that along to y'all. Just saying, that's not bad, uh, you know, uh, information. So, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe. So keep it real, keep it warm wherever you may be. And to the new friend in Pakistan, to the new friend John in Texas, we love you, brother. Be safe. And we will talk at you all soon. Chloe, Scotty boy, y'all know I love you. Please be safe. Keep it between the ditches, and I will talk to you soon. Adios, my friends. Cheers.